From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
All right, here we go on another Saturday. It is BetMGM Game Day with you for the next 5 hours. Alex Gold here. Austin Huff is out this week. And man, we lucked out. I'll tell you what. We lucked out with my co-host for the next 5 hours because I guess we can predict the future a little bit. We knew that it could be active in the trade market in the NFL, but our wonderful producer said, let's get somebody from Baltimore to co-host with you this weekend. And I swear we got Cordell Woodland to co-host this week before the trade went down last night with Max Crosby going to the Baltimore Ravens. So this is perfect timing. We're going to, of course, start with that. Cordell, welcome to the show, man. Thanks for doing this with me. And I got to just get right into it because Max Crosby gets traded to the Baltimore Ravens last night for a pair of first-round draft picks. And there's so many different angles we'll get into. But were people in Baltimore, you do radio there, so were people in Baltimore expecting Max Crosby to be the guy that they targeted here this offseason?
Well, yeah, I think there's been some flirtation between, or I should say a desire from Baltimore, the people in Baltimore to acquire a Max Crosby. Pass rush has been a major issue for the Ravens for the last couple of seasons, especially this year. And they have a multitude of reasons why their season kind of crashed and burned and they weren't able to make the postseason. But one of the things at the top of the list is a lack of pass rush. And you saw it in the 2 games against the Pittsburgh Steelers where Aaron Rodgers, who's as immobile as it gets these days, he's back there patting the ball, taking all day, taking deep shots, running for touchdowns. I think they kind of felt like enough was enough. So I think there is still an element of surprise here in Baltimore that the Ravens actually got the deal done. They parted with not just 1, but 2 first-round picks for veteran players, the first time in their team history that they've traded a first-round pick for a veteran player. So this isn't something to take lightly. Obviously, a lot of change this offseason for the Ravens, new head coach, new regime in town. So them making this trade is, I think, them showing that they are willing to do things differently than they have in the past.
Yeah, I think Max Crosby is pretty evident with the way the narrative was going this offseason, despite him still saying, he loves the Raiders and all that this was going to be a trade that was going to happen at some point. Once Jake Glazer started to report it, something that we discussed on the show a couple weeks back with the interest, and you saw the compensation that Micah Parsons brought back for the Dallas Cowboys. And so that was always my question was, what was the compensation going to look like? Because Micah Parsons, a couple years younger, of course, needed a mega contract as well. On top of it, we all know it was 2 first-round picks and a Pro Bowler in Kenny Clark that went back to Dallas. In this case, there's no player involved. It is still, though, 2 first-round picks, including the 14th overall pick in this year's draft, going back to the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think Max Crosby, what I'm fascinated to see here is, as you said, it's a brand-new coaching staff in Baltimore. And so it's a defensive-minded head coach and Jesse Minter that goes there. And he wanted to get his key piece that can be his locker room culture guy on the defensive side of the ball and, of course, bring the production with him, as we know how bad it was defensively to get after the quarterback for Baltimore. So this move makes ultimate sense to me for the Baltimore Ravens. I think as we look at the AFC and the way it went down last year, my only question with Baltimore now, because I think this is a phenomenal move. It's an all-in type of move, but looking at the AFC and where Kansas City's at right now, Buffalo to me has plenty of question marks. The Patriots, while they were just in the Super Bowl, I still think there's questions about what the rest of their offseason is going to look like, and the quarterback based off of how the postseason played out. And so this puts, to me, Baltimore right there at the top of the AFC as things currently sit. My only question is, and you can speak to this even more than I can there in Baltimore, how much was it just that the defense was a problem, couldn't get after the quarterback, and this fixes that? How much is it that Lamar was just hurt, or was there seriously a dip in performance for Lamar that is something long-term? Because my question, and I think what the answer is, to me at least, is that it was more injury and not a healthy Lamar Jackson last year. You tell me, because that offense also wasn't right. Lamar did not look like the MVP quarterback that we got used to seeing twice.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and as I mentioned, there are multiple reasons why the Ravens kind of flamed out this year and didn't make the postseason. I think there are 2 main reasons, and you could list them how you want in order from 1 to 2, but pass rush, as I mentioned, is in that 1 to 2 range. Offensive line is right up there with it. And as you said, Lamar Jackson struggled with injuries a ton this year. He was hit and sacked more than he has ever been in his career. I don't think all of a sudden Lamar Jackson isn't an explosive quarterback. I don't think all of a sudden Lamar Jackson forgot how to be an MVP caliber player. In fact, I think that at times he still did show his brilliance and what he is capable of doing at times this year. But the offensive line was so bad that I think it brought everything down. I truly believe that the offensive line was the absolute root to all of the issues for the Ravens this season, because Lamar ends up getting hurt. He's no longer able to kind of camouflage some of the deficiencies that the offensive line brings, because all of his injuries are happening to his lower body. And we all know his legs are his main superpower, although he has plenty of others. And then you look at it, Derrick Henry for the first half of the season, his yards per first contact, he was negative. I mean, he's getting hit in the backfield every time he gets the ball. Now, he is still Derrick Henry, but he somehow found a way to still end up top 3 in the league in rushing. He's so great at what he does. But that was despite the offensive line. And I do think they figured some things out over time, but overall the offensive line was dreadful. Both of their guards were not starter quality. Daniel Faalele is a free agent. I'd be surprised if the Ravens bring him back. And Andrew Voorhees is a guy that's probably going to be a backup going forward. But they're also in a situation where they're probably going to lose their center, Tyler Linderbaum, to free agency. So offensive line is a huge area of concern for the Ravens this offseason, especially if they lose Tyler Linderbaum. I think that's where they're about to start shifting their focus. But yes, no doubt, the offense dragged down everything. And the defense always had their issues, but I think the defense, their issues were even more spotlighted because the offense wasn't able to carry their load and be that top 3 scoring offense that they were for the first month of the season, because that offensive line just deteriorated over the course of the season.
Yeah, now you add in Max Crosby, who going all the way back to 2019, and I understand that's a large window of time here, but number 1 in the league in tackles for a loss, that's Max Crosby. Number 1 in the league in solo tackles. Number 2 in QB pressures. Number 2 in QB hits. Number 5 in sacks. I think there's plenty left in the tank for Max Crosby. What I'm fascinated to see for him is he's got to be able to play some meaningful snaps. I mean, he has been in Las Vegas with a Raiders organization that has been a mess throughout his entire career. He's the perfect Raider, though, right? Everything about him, he fits there. But that organization ultimately was never going to get to where I think he deserves to play, which is big-time football games in the postseason. You know, potentially a Super Bowl. Obviously, that's the goal of this entire trade, is to get Baltimore to a Super Bowl and be part of it. But I think it was Warren Sharp that had, just to put in perspective how insane the snaps that he has played in that quote-unquote haven't been meaningful. And so what does he look like on the big stage? You go and look at the last 2 years of snaps for somebody like Max Crosby. Among 70 players with 10 or more sacks the last 2 years, he has only played with a lead on just 22% of his snaps. That's how bad it has been for the Raiders. Meanwhile, Baltimore, who he now joins, the Ravens have played with a lead on 43% of the defensive snaps the last 2 years. So he's about to play in much more meaningful snaps. He still will be the focus of offenses when they're trying to game plan. However, I am fascinated to see what that does for him when he is on a legitimate team, right? This is by far going to be the best group of players he's ever played with.
No doubt. I mean, and look, while this Ravens defense has struggled over the last couple of years, they do have top end talent. Kyle Hamilton is one of the best safeties in the NFL. Roquan Smith, it's been a struggle for him the last couple of years. He hasn't necessarily looked like the all-pro Roquan, although he was an all-pro, I think a second-team all-pro last season. He'd be the first one to tell you that he has not played up to his usual standard. But I still think Roquan Smith is one of the better linebackers in the league when he has help around him. I think the defensive line has struggled. Nnamdi Madubuike, he left this season with a neck injury. His career is in question right now, although there is some optimism in the city of Baltimore right now that maybe there is a chance that Nnamdi will return. And if he is, that'll be a huge boost for that defensive line that just added a Max Crosby. But yeah, you look at the Ravens and their issues have always really been about January. Like, can the Ravens win a playoff game? Can the Ravens get to the Super Bowl? And a couple of seasons they hosted the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs. That was the year their defense was out of this world good. They were a Triple Crown winner that year. Mike McDonald was the defensive coordinator of that defense. And look, they shut the Chiefs out in the second half, but the offense couldn't put up any points at the same time, and they ended up losing that game. I do think now when you look at some of their losses in the postseason, them not being able to get after the quarterback in those pressure moments of the games, pivotal third downs, gotta have it close out drives at the end of the game, red zones. They just have not had a guy that can wreck the offense's plans and put them behind the sticks. Getting a Max Crosby, now you feel comfortable going to Buffalo and having to take on a Josh Allen. You have somebody that can chase him around. You feel comfortable having to take on the Chiefs in the playoffs. You feel comfortable taking on Joe Burrow, who they've actually had success against despite not having a big-time pass rush. You feel comfortable having somebody that can go after him. So I think it'll be a huge boost for the Ravens because they have been put into some spots where the defense is put on the field to close out games, but they have not had a closer per se on that side of the ball to take care of business. I think they have one in Crosby.
He's Cordell Woodland. I'm Alex Gould. We're just getting started here on a Saturday. It's BetMGM Game Day, discussing the big blockbuster trade that went down last night. Max Crosby sent over to Baltimore for a pair of first-round draft picks. We'll talk about the Raiders' end of this coming up in the next segment, and also what it means for a club like the Dallas Cowboys, who we know were very much interested in acquiring Max Crosby. And so naturally you wonder, do they shift to somebody like Trey Hendrickson, who's the number one available free agent that is certainly going to get a 3+ year contract, I would imagine, for north of $90 million, if you believe some of the projections out there. So there's a huge trickle-down effect to this trade taking place. We'll also work in your calls throughout the show as well if you guys want to chime in, especially if you're on the end of the Raiders side or the Baltimore side. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. You can watch the show over on YouTube as well. We're keeping an eye on the chat there. If you go to YouTube at BetMGM Tonight, is the YouTube channel. You guys can interact with us here. We'll be talking NFL free agency throughout the entire show. We'll mix in a little college basketball later on as conference tournaments begin next week. Also, we got North Carolina and Duke. Unfortunately, a key injury there involving Caleb Wilson. I'm sorry. So we'll get to that in just a bit. But yeah, I want to look at the North though, because you brought up some of the teams that now you feel like they are in the postseason, maybe positioned to go up against outside of the division in Kansas City or Buffalo. The AFC North odds, you look at them at BetMGM right now. Baltimore minus 145 after this trade. You got Cincy with the second best odds, just over 2-1. Pittsburgh 4.5-1, and then no surprise, Cleveland with the worst odds there, sitting at 9-1. I think Baltimore clearly at this point in time, without seeing any other moves, absolutely has to be the favorite. One, Pittsburgh doesn't have a starting quarterback yet. We all believe Aaron Rodgers is probably coming back, but they got Mike McCarthy, and frankly, I believe the window and the limitation of what they are is what it's been. You know, they're to me a 9-10 win football team, best case scenario type of stuff. Cincinnati's the best team to push Baltimore, in my opinion. We know what they're capable of when Joe Burrow's on the field, and that's been the big question. Can he be available? When he's on the field, Cincinnati offensively is up there with anybody in football. That defense, they could use a Max Crosby type. They could have used a younger and healthier Trey Hendrickson, and so I'll be curious to see what direction Cincy goes, because I actually thought Cincinnati should have been very interested in pulling off a trade for Max Crosby here. But I think the odds right now are correct, but the best value, if that even exists on March 7th without a free agency even beginning, I think Cincinnati's intriguing to me at 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, since Cincinnati always has people always put a little bit of stock into the Bengals because they do have that explosive offense. They've got one of the better 1-2 punches at receiver. Joe Burrow is obviously an elite quarterback as well, but that offensive line has continued to be an issue for the Bengals. I like Chase Brown. It took him a little bit to get going this past season. But that defense, it just seems like they punt on the defensive side of the ball. They're losing Trey Hendrickson, and I know they made some changes to their defensive staff last offseason. Really didn't make a difference for them during the course of this past season. It's just really tough for me to put a lot of stock into the Bengals, and it seems like Pittsburgh is a team that we always find reasons to discount them every year. And granted, maybe things will change now that Mike Tomlin's gone, because they've always had that consistent floor with Mike Tomlin as their head coach. He's no longer there. Mike McCarthy takes over. So maybe things do change. Maybe they do finally bottom out and Pittsburgh falls closer to the bottom half of the league than they usually do. But yeah, I probably still will put Pittsburgh ahead of Cincinnati, although I know Pittsburgh has a lot of work to do. I just trust them more as an organization than I do the Cincinnati Bengals to actually fix their needs right now. The Bengals could surprise people, and they could fall anywhere from first to last in this division. But I think one thing we can all agree on is that the Browns are the Browns, and they probably will hold down the back end of the division.
When the starting quarterback in Cleveland looks like it's going to be either Shador or it's going to be like a Geno Smith type, that tells you what the ceiling actually is there in Cleveland. But as Grant, one of our producers, points out, it is wild, though, if you're Joe Burrow or any of these quarterbacks, you got to deal with Myles Garrett, TJ Watt, and Max Crosby. Each of them twice a year. Are you kidding me? You better have a good O-line if you're Cincinnati. You better make sure you're protecting Joe Burrow. My goodness, some of the best pass rushers in all the NFL now you're going to take on multiple times a year. We will certainly talk more about the Baltimore side of this throughout the show today. I do want to pivot a little bit to a broader AFC picture because of this. And what does this mean for the Raiders, who now have another first-round pick? We all know they have the number 1 overall pick as well. What do they do at 14? And what do you do now if you're the Dallas Cowboys? Because you were very much interested in Trey Hendrickson. Very much interested in Max Crosby. Are you now interested in Trey Hendrickson? We'll get to that. We're just getting started on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Jackson, here comes the pressure, and guess who? Max Crosby.
A Max Crosby sack there on now his teammate, Lamar Jackson, the call over there on CBS. Of course, Max Crosby sent to Baltimore last night. The trade will technically not be official, as we all know, till next week when the league year opens up, but it's a done deal. Max Crosby now a member of the Baltimore Ravens. The Raiders getting a pair of first-round picks, one of them in this upcoming draft in April, which will take place at number 14 overall out in Pittsburgh, and then a 2027 first-round pick as well. We'll continue to talk about what it means for Baltimore as well. Open to your feedback and thoughts over on YouTube, BetMGM tonight, and of course on the phone as well. 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Appreciate you guys listening over on the Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, affiliates across the country on SiriusXM channel 375. Alex Gold and Cordell Woodland with you. Cordell, based in Baltimore, there hosts radio and covers the Ravens over 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, and I am based in Kansas City, so we have different perspectives, obviously, on where things are at for the AFC, and I do want to get into the AFC in a bigger picture in a second, but what does this mean for the Las Vegas Raiders now? Because they get Clint Kubiak to come in, who was the OC, as we all know, for the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. With what he was able to do for Sam Darnold and JSN was pretty remarkable. I actually think Clint Kubiak is one of the better hires of this entire cycle. I really do. But he's got a lot of work, man. Got a lot of work to do there in Las Vegas. We know they have the number 1 overall pick, and it's going to be Fernando Mendoza, number 1 overall. Although, we'll get to this later, there was at least a report from Diana Rossini this week suggesting that they might bring in a veteran quarterback and not start Mendoza week 1, which I think is a mistake. We can get to that in a bit. But they move on from Max Crosby. They got Ashton Genty, who struggled at times last year, but that offensive line was horrendous. And then we know Brock Bowers dealt with some injury situation last year, but when he's healthy, he's one of, if not the best tight end in football. And so now you get pick 1, you get 14, but you also lose an unbelievable edge rusher in the process. So at 14, are the top edge rush guys going to be there? I'm not so convinced that that's the case. So, do you try to trade down? What do you think this means for the Raiders, who I think admitted to all of us that they know they're 2+ years away from possibly getting this thing figured out?
Yeah, I think it's just that this is them accepting that they are a ways away from being where they want to be, and I think that in itself is a step in the right direction, right? Because last year, I don't think that they were convinced that that was the case. They bring in Pete Carroll, they bring in Geno Smith. It indicates that they feel like, they could at least compete for a playoff berth because, Pete Carroll's not going there to have the season that they had. I think that they convinced him that they really believed that they could do something last year, which was naive at best. But yeah, I mean, this is them stripping it down, and at 14, things could get interesting. Like you said, I agree. It would be an absolute mistake to not start Mendoza. Why are you wasting time? What veteran quarterback is going to want to come to Vegas where they know it's going to be a lost year for them? Who's going to want to come there and play? Sure, you'll find somebody to take the money, but why not just lean all the way in to your young guy that you're using a 1-1 pick on? You got to give the fans a reason to watch. You got to give the fans a reason to show up, and having that quarterback start day 1 would be a huge reason. Now, obviously, Brady's career path was a little different, and him being there and pulling a lot of the strings, maybe that's a part of the input. He wants to go back to a little bit of that throwback mentality of the NFL, but I don't necessarily agree with that. If you're the Raiders, you got to see what some of these young guys can have. I would play all of these young dudes. You got to start to get something out of Ashton Genty, because when you draft a running back in the first round, it's got to prove to hit. And he flashed a couple times last year, but overall, like you said, it was a struggle. And I put most of that on the offensive line as well, and really just the lack of weapons on the offense. They trade away Jacoby Myers. They didn't have a lot going on offensively out there, especially with Bowers being hurt. So I am interested to see what they do with 14. They could get creative. They could make some moves and try to stockpile picks maybe for the future. I don't anticipate one of these elite pass rushers at least falling to 14, but maybe they use that pick and maybe a player or something as ammo to maybe move up into the top 10 to get one of those pass rushers.
Right, because a David Bailey, it sure seems like he might go top 6, top 5. Ruben Bain, I guess he could be somebody that slides based on, not to get too nerdy with it, but the arm length concerns and things like that some teams look at. Although there's multiple teams in the top 10 that need edge rush help, and so I don't know if he makes it to 14. I personally would rather just, if possible, stockpile picks. Now, it takes a trade partner in order to do that. I think it's so easy for all of us to sit here and always be like, oh, just trade down and pick up another pick. Yeah, there's got to be a reason for somebody to trade up. And most of the draft experts, we've had some on the show already, feel like there's only truly, 11 to 14 true first-round graded players in this draft. And so, if you get outside of that range, is there a huge difference between picking a player at pick 20, 25 as there is 40 in terms of just overall grade of said player? And so, I would be trying to trade back and stockpile more picks because, as you said, the Raiders are a long ways away from truly competing. But they have to, if you're going to draft a rookie quarterback the way they are, and you spent the high pick on Genty, they've got to just bolster the O-line. To me, that's got to be number one priority, not just for this offseason, but to build towards the future. One, you got to keep your quarterback healthy. But if you want to, Ashton Genty, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe one of the numbers that were floating around throughout much of the season was, just the yards after contact, but how often behind the backfield, I should say, he was hit. The guy didn't have much of a chance. And so a lot of that is because of the offensive line concerns. They're also in a division where you have a Broncos team that just won 14 games. That was in an AFC title game. You got a Chargers team who has a ton of money to spend this offseason, already went out and got a new center. To me, they're going to go and maybe be a player for A.J. Brown. And then Kansas City, I know it's kind of a wild card for a lot of people after a 6-win season, but Patrick Mahomes will be playing at some point this year, maybe as early as week 1. And so the Raiders, you're clearly behind everybody else. And even after drafting Mendoza, you still might have the worst quarterback in the division. Like, I don't know what Mendoza's career is going to look like, man, and where you're at, Cordell, but I view Mendoza as a guy that can be a franchise quarterback, but I don't know if he's ever going to be one of those top 5, top 10 quarterbacks in the league. Like, I think Herbert and Mahomes are going to be better than him the rest of his entire career. The question is, can he be better than Bo Nix? To me, like that's kind of where I'm at on Mendoza heading into the draft, at least.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Mendoza's a really smart guy, and I think when he showed me some things in that national championship game. It wasn't a lot of times this year that Indiana really struggled, but there was a little bit of a tug of war in that national championship game. They're going up against that ferocious pass rush in Miami. So he did show me some elements of his game that I liked. The rushing touchdown that he had. You got to show some of that fight that he has. He's a tough guy. I think his toughness was put on display in that game. But for me, the thing that I was concerned about for Fernando Mendoza going into that game was when everything's perfect, he's great. What does it look like when he does have to go off script, when his receivers aren't wide open, when he is getting hit multiple times throughout the games? Does he find another route? Is he able to find that plan B and execute it? And he did that in the national championship game. I still have some concerns about that at the NFL level. These defenses, they progress so fast. And even if you have one good year, that offseason, they're doing nothing but reviewing that tape, and they're coming with the next best thing to stop that. So I kind of look at him, and maybe this is unfair and maybe people won't like it, but I kind of look at him as a guy that could be one of those Jared Goff type of quarterbacks. I think he could be a really good on-time passer. I think he'd be really good in play action. He's a big guy, so he can stand up right in the pocket. He has more mobility than Jared Goff does, although he doesn't want to run. He will. But and he has a cannon of an arm. I think he's a really sharp guy that can kind of be that extension of the head coach on the field that can execute your game plan. But again, I question what happens when the defense comes with those quick answers to the test. Will he be able to bounce back and find that alternate route?
I think you got more faith in that working out with Kubiak just because we just saw what he was able to do with Sam Darnold. Now,
Right.
Darnold, of course, looked great with Kevin O'Connell, and I think Kevin O'Connell and Kyle Shanahan actually should get a lot of credit for what Darnold turned his career into. We all know Darnold was there with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, and then with Kevin O'Connell, and had a great season until the final 2 games, and they ran him out of town. Big mistake, of course, because now they're about to looks like move on from JJ McCarthy and bring in, I don't know, Kyler Murray or somebody like that to start
Whoever.
up in Minnesota. We're gonna get into that because I think Kyler Murray will be a starting quarterback next year. And to me, there's two destinations that make the most sense. Then let's pivot. Then you go to the Dallas Cowboys, who work into this Max Crosby conversation as well, because there were numerous reports about them being interested in pulling off that trade. They were close, just not the best offer that went to the Baltimore Ravens. I'll tell you this: I think for Dallas, truly, it's actually better they did not get the Max Crosby trade done, and I think they're in a different spot than Baltimore. I get why Baltimore was willing to give up the 2 first-round picks. I think it's a very aggressive and bold move. For Dallas, after you just traded away Micah Parsons and got the 2 first-round picks, to then just turn around into an older player, give up 2 first-round picks and Max Crosby, to me, would be terrible management. Now, it's the Dallas Cowboys, and I understand they have not exactly been the best run organization for a while with Jerry Jones, and he's going to operate the way he wants to operate, and they're polarizing. And I actually think they could have a very nice season next year if they make a couple of these moves here. Trey Hendrickson, to me, I think for Dallas, I would rather turn around and pay, even at his age, turn around and pay him, let's call it a $90+ million contract. I really would. I mean, this is a guy that's only a couple years removed from 15 and a half, 17 and a half sack seasons. And so I think for Dallas, with what they can do in the draft, I believe for them it was actually better, believe it or not, that they did not get Max Crosby, as long as it means they're going to go find a way to get something done with Trey Hendrickson here. And I think that's where they clearly have to pivot. I mean, Jalen Phillips would be the other target, but I'm going to look at the dollar amount, and I'm going to go get the guy that has had less injury history than Jalen Phillips, even if he's a couple years older.
Yeah, and even guys like Grenard can be thrown into that conversation as well. Got these pass rushers that are going to be available in the open market. And look, there's definitely should be some intrigue about Trey Hendrickson. When healthy, he has shown himself to be one of the best pass rushers in the league, especially for a Cincinnati defense that really had nothing else outside of him. He was able to get to the quarterback with ease the last few years. I guess for me, there's a little bit of concern with, him missing essentially all of this past year. I put stock into NFL players that miss a year. The history just isn't kind to those players. And he is getting older. And I do think there's going to be a true bidding war for Trey Hendrickson, especially now with Max Crosby off the table. He's the next big thing, and teams are going to throw money at him. He's not going to go cheap. And so I guess, look, I totally agree with you in terms of why Dallas shouldn't have made a trade for Max Crosby. Optically, it would look bad. You trade away Micah Parsons, and then a year later you go trade for Max Crosby. What are you doing, Jerry? But I feel like we say that quite often about the Dallas Cowboys and the way they do business. So it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, pass rush has become such an elite position. Look at Danielle Hunter and how much he just got paid. That's quarterback money that he's making right now. And that's where we are with the pass rusher position. You have to be prepared to pony up the dough. Is Dallas ready to blow everybody else out of the water to go get Trey Hendrickson? Is he worth it? I don't know. I do think Trey Hendrickson will be good for whatever team he goes to, but I do think whoever lands him is going to end up overpaying for him, and that's the nature of the beast in today's NFL. Maybe it'll be worth it.
Yeah, that's free agency for you. I mean, everybody gets overpaid in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
And this past year was probably the exception to the rule, where typically the team that spends the most money in free agency, it doesn't usually equate to success. Last year was the outlier. The Patriots spent a ton of money. They got to the Super Bowl. The Seahawks spent a ton of money. They got and won a Super Bowl. Now, that was just because both teams nailed the quarterback. Drake May was an MVP runner-up, and Sam Darnold was sensational throughout the entire year. But typically, history will say the teams that go out and spend the most money, not usually the best path, of course, to building out a franchise. This segment here on Westwood One Sports is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out with you. Up next, we're going to pivot a little bit to college basketball. We'll get back to some NFL next hour and certainly talk about the other trades that occurred, which was DJ Moore going over to the Buffalo Bills. What does that do for the AFC and the AFC East? But big time Saturday, including Duke and UNC today. Crucial injury in that one. Selection Sunday is a week away. And we got a team with a perfect record. And I think the conversation around that particular team has been fascinating when we talk about their tourney chances. We'll get to that next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
There's no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas. This year, college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Quarter Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. So simply place sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard is going to determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. All you got to do is sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out here on Westwood One Sports. We'll get back into the NFL in a busy week coming up. It's NFL free agency and the legal tampering window on Monday. But we all know Max Crosby traded last night. And then earlier in the week, it was DJ Moore being sent from Chicago over to the Buffalo Bills. A.J. Brown could get traded. I mean, it could happen during the show today. We'll see. So we'll get into some of the other moves that might be on the horizon in just a bit. But I do want to pivot to college basketball. I want to start with a school that we haven't talked all that much about, but I think last night set us up perfectly, and then we can get to Duke and North Carolina, where unfortunately, there's a 17.5-point spread, and it's not going to be all that competitive of a game, despite it being a great rivalry and unfortunately the Caleb Wilson injury. But I want to talk about Miami, Ohio, the Redhawks for a second, because Miami, Ohio, last night, they get an overtime win against Ohio, and you're saying, okay, great, why are you talking about that? Well, it's because it officially capped off a perfect regular season for Miami, Ohio. They are the last remaining unbeaten team in Division I college basketball. They, of course, still have a conference tournament, and there still are some people out there debating whether or not, because their strength of schedule is not great, to say the least, that, hey, they got to win their tournament to get in. They should not be an at-large bid if they don't win their conference tournament. And they might win the conference tournament, and this is all moot, and it doesn't matter. But to me, you go 31-0 in D1 hoops, I don't care what conference you're playing in the country. You're a tournament team, plain and simple. I don't care if they lose in their first round of their conference tournament. To me, 31-0, you're an NCAA tournament team. Now, you want to have them play in Dayton, Ohio because they're an at-large team or whatever, fine. You want to make them one of those seeds, I have no issue with that. But this idea that if they don't win their conference championship game, despite being at that point, could be 32-1. It could be 33-1 if they come up short. That is insane to me. Miami, Ohio, the Redhawks are an NCAA tournament team.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It would be absolutely bogus if they finish if they aren't able to make the NCAA tournament without winning their conference tournament. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't feel great about them winning their conference tournament. They've kind of putted their way to the end these last few games, including last night winning in overtime. And look, it was a 4-point spread. And I figured Ohio would cover because a lot of these games for Miami of Ohio, they have been getting closer and closer. And they have flirted with that one loss. But to their credit, when they need a bucket, when they need a stop, when they need a rebound, they've gotten it. So I'm all for this team being rewarded for their regular season and being able to get into the NCAA tournament. It'd be tough for the committee to explain this one, and I get it. They're in a conference that's not as competitive as the big times conferences, and if they lose in the conference tournament, they're losing to a team that probably can hold water to a lot of the major conference teams as well. But you have to reward these guys for their 31-game season. And I think it would be a travesty for NCAA if they don't get in.
It's just the fifth team this century to have a perfect regular season. The last one was Gonzaga. I actually covered the Wichita State team that had their perfect regular season as well, all the way back in, 2013, 2014 or so. And they ended up getting screwed over in their seeding and everything, and the way that played out. And that Wichita State team was a legitimate contender to make some noise in the tournament. I don't think anybody is expecting Miami, Ohio come into the NCAA tournament to go on a deep run necessarily. And maybe they'll be a trendy pick for people to say, all right, we think you're a tournament team, but we don't think you're all that good. And maybe people will be predicting them to lose. But they deserve the opportunity to be in the dance, even if they do not win the MAC conference tournament that's coming up next week, because maybe a school like Ohio or somebody else can upset them. We'll see. I'll be interested to see when the odds come out to win the MAC tournament. We don't have those quite yet. We were taking a look to see if we could, but what the MAC tournament odds will be. And that's what I love about this time of the year, man. Like even this week, I love, and there's going to be the first tournament team getting a bid tonight, as a matter of fact, in one of the smaller conferences of the country. I love the small conference tournament where everything is on the line. And typically, yeah, it's if you don't win your conference tournament, you're done. You don't go on. But this is a special circumstance with the MAC this year, with Miami, Ohio, having a perfect regular season. So I'll be intrigued to see how that ultimately plays out for them. And then you got Power 4 conferences with some big games as they wrap up their regular season before those conference tournaments start. And the headliner, I say headliner because it's the name brands, but man, unfortunately, this is not probably going to be all that competitive a game. I'm talking about North Carolina and Duke, one of the great rivalries, as we know, in college basketball. And Duke's a 17.5-point favorite today against North Carolina. So, and Caleb Wilson, it sucks, quite honestly, as a sports fan, to see that injury where he suffered it in practice reportedly on a Thursday, already had surgery for it. This guy's going to be one of the top picks in the draft. The good news for him long-term is they expect him to be fine and fully recover and be good to go this summer, and it's not going to impact his draft status. But for a North Carolina team and their chances to do something, just an absolutely devastating blow. This is somebody, of course, that was just coming back from a different injury as well, and now you have this in particular take place. So I don't know about you. Like normally I'd be amped for North Carolina Duke, but if I'm being honest, man, I don't think it's going to be all that competitive of a basketball game today.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, Caleb Wilson has been the root of a lot of North Carolina's success. And ever since and honestly, to my surprise, ever since he's gone down, I expected North Carolina to completely fall off a cliff. They haven't. And we've seen that in sports sometimes, right? We've seen, when teams, their backs are up against a wall, another element pops for them and they find a way to kind of gut their way through it. It kind of elevates everybody around because everybody knows they have to step it up to fill that void that a Caleb Wilson leaves. But, North Carolina, they get that crazy buzzer beater win in the last matchup against Duke, and Caleb Wilson had 23 points in that game. He is a massive loss for them. I don't think North Carolina can really make but so much noise in the tournament without him, and especially today against that Duke team that is just on fire. They are arguably the best team in the country, and then depending on what day you ask me who's the best team in the country, I got about 4 or 5 teams that I'll name on any given day. But today I'm going with Duke. And yeah, Caleb Wilson, it like you said, it doesn't impact his future. I think he'll be a great pro. I love his game. I love his size. I love his versatility. He fits today's NBA type of player. But for North Carolina, they're going to have to continue that kind of momentum that they built up without Wilson. I don't think it'll help them a lot today, though.
Yeah, 17.5-point underdogs today over at BetMGM. If you're wondering the total for the game, 146.5. We all know Cam Boozer going to play a huge role in this one today. Also one of the top picks, just a loaded NBA draft class that we'll be talking plenty more about throughout the NCAA tournament and, of course, leading up to this summer. I will tell you, futures market, you brought up some of the title contenders, and Duke is right there. Depending on which sports book you look at, you take a look over at BetMGM. Duke sitting around plus 360, Michigan plus 340, so virtually the same odds to cut down the nets later on in Indianapolis in March, actually early April, I guess it would be. You got Arizona sitting there in the Big 12 at 5.5 to 1, Florida 8 to 1, Houston in the Big 12 at 10 to 1, and then North Carolina has really fallen off. They're all the way back in a group of schools like Wisconsin and Iowa now, 125 to 1 to cut down the nets. Yeah, you're just giving away your money at that point in time. I would have no interest in betting any of those schools. Let me ask you this a week out of the conference tournaments, if I gave you $100, where are you putting your money on a national title winner? Whether it's one of the top 4, because it feels like everybody agrees Michigan, Duke, Arizona, Florida are the consensus top 4 teams in the country, but that doesn't always mean that's who's winning. So I'll ask you, we got about 60 seconds or so left.
Yeah, UConn is a team that still intrigues me too. But I got to go with Michigan. If I'm putting my coin anywhere, I'm probably going with Michigan. They just seem to be the team, and I get it. They lost that game to Duke on a neutral court at that, but that was a tug of war type of game. Both teams going back and forth. That was best on best. I just love Michigan's versatility. I love how it feels like everybody has a superpower on that team, and any of those dudes can carry them on any given moment. I love their size. They can be a tough team to score against when they really get into a groove on that side of the floor. I just put more stock into Michigan right now, but you could definitely talk me into Duke being the team that I have put my money on, although childhood me would say never root for Duke.
There you go. Yeah, Arizona, I know we got to run, but Arizona is a squad that's now healthy again and looks absolutely legitimate. All right, up next, let's get back to the NFL. DJ Moore is a member of the Buffalo Bills. That one reeked of desperation, in my opinion. I'll tell you why next.
Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out with you on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we will go out to the phones and welcome in Zach Pearson. We'll talk more about the Chicago Bears, who traded away DJ Moore to the Buffalo Bills. Plus, he happens to cover the North Carolina Tar Heels as well. So we'll talk a little college basketball again coming up in 20 minutes. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. You can watch the show on YouTube as well, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. You can give us a follow as well individually at Alex Gold, at Cordell Woodland as well. I'm based in Kansas City. If you're new to the show, appreciate it. Cordell filling in for Austin Huff today. He is based in Baltimore. He works for 105.7 The Fan there, and a great day to have him filling in as we've been talking a lot about Max Crosby already, getting traded to Baltimore. We certainly will get back into Crosby and the fallout of that and what it means for the entire AFC and look at some of the odds over at BetMGM in just a bit. But earlier in the week, there were two big trades that went down, not quite to the level as Max Crosby, but I want to start with a wide receiver that was on the move in DJ Moore, who gets sent from Chicago over to the Buffalo Bills. The exact details of the trade: Chicago picks up a 2026 second-round pick. So this coming draft, the Buffalo Bills, of course, get DJ Moore and a fifth-round pick this year. They're also taking on that contract. That's an important note here. And so let's start with the Buffalo Bill angle to this. To me, this was the desperate move for Buffalo, given how terrible the receiving production was a season ago. We all know the Keon Coleman experiment hasn't worked out for a lot of reasons. You take a look at Khalil Shakir. I think he's a really nice receiver, but he's not a number one. DJ Moore, his best years of his NFL career were with who? Joe Brady in Carolina. Joe Brady's now the head coach with the Buffalo Bills. So I get the logic and why they make the move. I think there's a lot of risk, though, in this for Buffalo. You give up a second-round pick for a player that I'm not so sure DJ Moore is a legitimate number one wide receiver. Quite honestly, I think he's a fringe number one. I think he's been a number one, but I think he's on the back end of those number one wide receivers. And to me, it's desperation because of the amount of money that they've already put into that position and now the draft capital. This is a team that has had a window that's been open for a bit, right? We know they have not been able to get over the hump and getting past most years, Patrick Mahomes. Last year, it seemed like it was wide open for them, and they come up short. And Josh Allen has his worst game in the postseason of his career, and they move on from Sean McDermott. I get the sense like this is a team that, to me, the door is closing on you, and they're desperately trying to hold it open. And this was a move that signifies that. And I'm not so sure that they would have been better off kind of retooling a little bit. And I understand when you have a quarterback like Josh Allen, you don't want to do it. But I think what we're witnessing is a franchise that hasn't got a ring with Josh Allen yet, a franchise that hasn't got to a Super Bowl with Josh Allen yet. And so this, to me, was a bit of a desperate move for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I agree in the sense that I don't know if DJ Moore was necessarily the guy that I would have pulled the trigger on for this type of trade. I understand them wanting to go get and what they may think is a premier receiver, because when Buffalo has gotten close, at least with this version of the Buffalo Bills, when they have gotten close to the Super Bowl, they had a Stephon Diggs on that team that helped elevate that offense. They didn't have that type of player this past year. And even in a wide open AFC, that Buffalo Bills offense got shut down. And that's despite James Cook having a great year in the rushing department. That's despite Josh Allen, who was playing good football up until that day where he had arguably his worst playoff performance of his career. They were going to lose that game regardless, considering how Josh Allen played. It didn't matter who they had at receiver that day. You turn the ball over that much, you're going to lose. But my concern with DJ Moore is he's inconsistent. You had him in Carolina. I get the familiarity with Joe Brady. I can buy that. But DJ Moore has always been a guy that I feel like people have said, well, if he gets into the right situation, he could blossom. And clearly Carolina wasn't that right situation. They are the Panthers. They have a lot of turnover. They were struggling to figure out who their franchise quarterback is going to be. Thankfully, Bryce Young has started to show some life because they were about ready to throw in the towel on him. But DJ Moore goes to Chicago, and despite getting DJ Moore, it didn't stop Chicago from continuing to draft receivers. They go and get Odunze, and at one point it looked like Odunze was passing DJ Moore. And then here comes Luther Burden. Luther Burden passes both of them. And so it made DJ Moore expendable. Even Colston Loveland, as the second half of the season, he became a thing. So I just think it became too many mouths to feed in Chicago, and DJ Moore just was not consistent. He could have 120 receiving yards. He could have 5 receiving yards. You just don't know what you're going to get from the guy. And I think his emotions would get the best of him at times too. So now he's in Buffalo. I do think he'll be good for Josh. He can separate. He can win down the field. He can make some tough catches. But again, he does have a tendency to disappear at times. Hopefully, for the Bills' sake, he doesn't disappear in the most meaningful moments of the season or meaningful moments of the game. But acquiring DJ Moore, to me, does not make me view the Bills as any more of a contender than I already did.
Yeah, again, I think this was a move based off of where they have been at that, kind of is a bit of desperation only because of where you look at the rest of the AFC. Ironically enough, the 3 big moves we've already seen have involved the 3 teams that typically had been atop the AFC, except for, this past year. Baltimore makes the big splash for Max Crosby. Kansas City trades away Trent McDuffie, different type of move. Buffalo trades for DJ Moore, and they're in the same division as we know with the New England Patriots, who are in need of wide receiver help as well. And maybe they pull off a trade for AJ Brown. The numbers around their wide receiver room is why, like Brandon Beane, to me, their general manager, who they chose over their head coach Sean McDermott. I would have, if I was getting rid of McDermott, I would have got rid of Brandon Beane as well. This is why, going back a month ago when we talked about Brandon Beane, I don't know how he kept his job. Now, this is including the DJ Moore numbers, so keep this in perspective. But the most expensive wide receiver rooms this upcoming season, and this can change, free agency hasn't even started. Cincinnati has the most expensive wide receiver room. I think we all understand why. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are both on second contracts and 2 of the top receivers in the game. $63.5 million. I think you feel like you're getting your bang for your buck, at least with their production. I know the team's success hasn't been there. The Buffalo Bills right now have the second most expensive wide receiver room in football. How? That is insane to me, considering what they got last year and then now who they acquired. $59.4 million currently on the books. That is only $4 million less than Cincinnati. Oh, they're spending $3 million more currently than Dallas in total cap hit. Dallas has George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, for crying out loud. Tampa, now you could argue they made a mistake. Chris Godwin never stayed healthy. Mike Evans is not even included in this number yet. So that one's not great. Minnesota, all right, they have Justin Jefferson. I understand why they're spending $48.4 million. But Buffalo having the second most expensive wide receiver room for what they have there is just poor management, in my opinion, from Brandon Beane. And then you have other teams that are surprising. Chicago now only has the 30th most expensive wide receiver room in football. They're getting a heck of a bang for their buck. Rome Odunze, a rookie contract. You mentioned Luther Burden. And that's the thing for Chicago. I love this trade. I think this was a great job by Ryan Poles. You said it. Luther Burden has emerged and did emerge towards the end of the season, and he might be their number 1 wide receiver next year. He was awfully impressive. Rome Odunze, they do spend the high pick on Colston Loveland this past year. And he really came on strong. And we all know Ben Johnson, I think, is going to continue to kind of build up and add new layers to that offense as they move forward and what they have with that run game as well. You get out of the contract from DJ Moore to free up space, and you get a second-round pick, and then you turn around and trade for a center. You get Bradbury from the New England Patriots after your center retired. I think it's been, for an offseason that technically hasn't officially started, I think it's already been a very nice start for the Chicago Bears. And they've opened up some space here. Take advantage of the fact that you still have a quarterback on a rookie contract in Caleb Williams.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're getting ahead of the curve. Like you said, the new league year hasn't even started yet. And here the Bears are making a multitude of moves to set them up to probably make more moves once the new league year actually does start. But I loved how they approached last offseason. Caleb Williams was getting hit a ton in his rookie year. He took a ton of sacks. The turnover bug was a big issue for him. They couldn't really run the football. So what did they do last offseason? They completely invested in their offensive line. They built that offensive line up in one offseason via trades, via free agency. So Ryan Poles, who's a guy that was just on the hot seat himself about a year or so ago.
Yeah.
what a turnaround it's been for him. It's amazing what'll happen with perception once a couple of your draft picks start hitting and you actually start having some success and make it to the postseason. But yeah, no doubt, this is a no-brainer type of move for the Bears. You're getting multiple picks back for a guy that immediately became expendable because you're getting great production out of cheap labor at that same position.
Yeah, definitely love it for the Chicago Bears, who, of course, won that division a season ago. And we'll take a look at the NFC North odds a little bit later, maybe in the show as well. All right, the other big trade that occurred earlier in the week involved the LA Rams and the Kansas City Chiefs. This time it was a defensive player as well being sent off. Trent McDuffie, who is in need of a new contract and likely will get a brand new deal as part of this trade with the Rams. We don't have the dollar amount yet, but he's going to become the highest paid corner in the NFL. So put a 3 in front of that. He's going to get $30+ million a year in his first big time contract, former first round pick of the Chiefs. Kansas City gets pick 29 back. They also pick up a future third round pick in 2027, as well as a couple of mid round picks in this year's upcoming draft. I'm based in Kansas City. I can tell you my perspective on it and what the conversation has been on the Chiefs end. Number one, this is a trade that I've been saying the Chiefs should heavily consider for months. And it wasn't a very popular opinion because people are saying, what do you mean you want to trade an all-pro corner away? What are you talking about? But I think a couple things. One, my belief is the 2026 Kansas City Chiefs are not going to be immediately back to being one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the AFC. I think they're going to be pushing for a wild card spot. And yeah, if they get in the dance with Patrick Mahomes, anything can happen, as we all know with quarterback play. But I don't think they're going to be ready with some of the other roster holes that they have to be right back to where they were. Okay, and if that's the case, Trent McDuffie's value is never going to be higher than what it is right now. He needs a contract to make him the highest paid corner in football. They could have dragged it out another year. They got the player option. They could have waited another year and franchise tagged. They could have done all this, but they're up against it cap-wise. And so I think they need to build the next core group for this franchise. They just got done with that dynasty run. Now what's the next group look like? We know how the Patriots did it many, many years ago with 2 separate dynasties. You have to find other pillars. And Trent McDuffie was a pillar for this franchise. But now you get the most picks Brett Veach the Chiefs have had since 2008 to go try to find this young talent. Now you got to hit on the picks. It's the most important offseason for Brett Veach. But I think it made sense for Kansas City because they have a track record of developing corners, number one. But also just where I view them at in 2026 as a nice team, as a playoff team, but not a truly Super Bowl contending team. And I know that irritates Chiefs fans when I say that, but that's truly what I think they're at. And I think this trade signifies that. And then for the Rams, I think it's a genius trade. I really do, because Stafford is probably his last year. He's coming back for one more. Was it Les Snead many years ago that said, F them picks? That's what they're doing here again. And they're in a spot like they should have been in on Max Crosby as well. Honestly, I would have been fascinated to see if they would have been willing to do that to add him to Jared Verse. I mean, this is a division now that has Seattle coming off the Super Bowl champions. We know how tough the NFC West can be. This makes a ton of sense to me to shore up that secondary for the LA Rams, even though that's going to require them making Trent McDuffie the highest paid corner in football. He also gets to go back home. I think this is a win-win for both sides.
Yeah, I think for the Chiefs, it's a little bit of, a change from how we've seen them. Like you said, going into next year, it's tough to really view them as the usual Super Bowl favorites or a true Super Bowl contender right now, with Mahomes' status being up in the air now. I don't know Patrick Mahomes personally, but just from what I've seen from him to this point in his career, I know he's going to work his butt off to get back out there by week 1. And anytime he's on the field, they have a chance. So you don't want to count him out just yet. And look, I've always been a huge Trent McDuffie guy. He's been one of the better corners in the league since they drafted him. That was a home run pick. He was a big reason why their defense was leading the charge in their last Super Bowl run that the Chiefs won. So I think that this is a great move for both sides. If you're the Chiefs, you get the draft capital. You're looking to get cheap labor right now anyway. They have done a good job of building up their secondary, although it's tough to look at it now. I like Watson, but I don't really know who's the next guy right there, at least as it stands now that's in the locker room.
Yeah, that's the question. Jalen
and
Watson
maybe they'll figure that out.
Yeah, and Jalen Watson's a free agent. So does this force you to bring him back? We'll see how they
Hmm.
play it out. But he's a free agent. He's not going to require, Trent McDuffie money, but he's still going to get a nice deal. They've got a couple younger pieces. No Williams. We'll see if they try to address in the draft. But yeah, the secondary, they've got questions now moving forward. The other part, you brought up the pick that McDuffie was, even when he got drafted. Remember, that was using picks that they got in the Tyreek Hill trade. And so I kind of view this the same way. Everybody questioned how the heck are you trading away Tyreek Hill? But it allowed them to go win 2 more Super Bowls after that. Remember, they won 2 rings post Tyreek Hill. Ironically enough, he could be back in Kansas City after all this too. But they traded him away, and they used those picks on a player like George Karlaftis and Trent McDuffie. So I do think this can work. It's just people want the typical all-in approach when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, and I get that. But I do think if you want to have a sustained run, you have to be willing to make trades like this. And the Chiefs were, but they got to get the picks right. What do you make it for the Rams? What do you think this does for them? Because they were already, to me, in that NFC title game, they were the second best team in football. I know the Patriots made the Super Bowl. The Rams, to me, were the second best team in football last season.
Yeah, I mean the Rams. Look, to be honest with you, it's still very early. We haven't really gotten through the offseason yet, but the Rams are probably my favorite to come out of the NFC next year. I mean, I just think they're that good. They have so much talent over there. They're so well coached. And their defense was really their Achilles heel this year. Their pass rush, as much as I love Jared Verse, the pass rush could be inconsistent at times. They just weren't consistently winning up front. And the defense has started to feel like they were boom or bust. Either they're getting a turnover or they're giving up a touchdown. It was one or the other, and that's just not sustainable even when you have such an explosive offense like the Rams have. But getting McDuffie, it adds to that secondary room. It gives them a guy that they can trust on one side of the field. McDuffie is no stranger to putting his hands on the football. I like it. I still need more from that Rams defense. I still want to see them invest a little more on that side of the ball. But no doubt, this is a huge step in that direction. And they've already shown me that they can win despite giving up major draft capital. So I'm not really concerned about what they gave up to make this pick. Les Snead has earned my respect. He's earned that right to where I will have faith in his moves until he shows me otherwise.
They saw what JSN did. And they said, let's go get some secondary help. And they did that, acquiring Trent McDuffie. This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Coming up next, we'll get in a brief update on a move the Dallas Cowboys just made and what that means for their future involving one of their players. But we'll also talk some more Bears. We'll mix in North Carolina. I know it's a weird combination. That's because our next guest covers both the Bears and the Tar Heels. Zach Pearson going to join us right here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. Bills. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
First down and 10. Williams will line up in the shotgun. He's got Swift to his left. Three receivers out to the left side of the formation. Burden in short motion. Williams gets the snap. Four-man rush. Pumps to his left. Throws deep. Got a man open. It's Moore. He's got it. Into the end zone. Touchdown Bears. Touchdown Bears. DJ Moore. Caleb Williams with a strike. And the Bears have taken the lead with 1:43 to go. A 25-yard touchdown. And the Bears lead 30-27.
One of the great moments in the NFL playoffs this past season, of course, over on Westwood 1, DJ Moore touchdown against the Packers. Ryan Radke, Mike Golick Sr. on the call. Welcome back here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold and Cordell Woodland hanging out with you. We will get to Zach Pearson in just a second to talk some Bears football and also to talk North Carolina basketball, who will take on Duke in just a second. I do want to pass along just a little bit of news that hit us right before we went to break involving the Dallas Cowboys. We all know they have been trying to get something done with Brandon Aubrey, their kicker. The Cowboys have, according to Adam Schefter, given the second round tender to Brandon Aubrey. That is $5.76 million. And so for how that works is basically he can now sign an offer sheet with another team. The Cowboys then have the opportunity to match it, and if they don't, they would get a second-round pick back. I would be fairly surprised, I guess, even though Aubrey is the best kicker in football, if team were willing to give him a brand-new deal and give up a second-round pick. So it seems like a pretty smart move from the Dallas Cowboys. We can talk more about that in just a bit. Don't forget, though, as we will talk some college hoops, there's no better place to be during March Madness than Vegas. This year, college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Court of Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. Simply place sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March 1 to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. We go out to the hotline and welcome in Zach Pearson. He covers North Carolina football and basketball for Tar Heel Wire, also the Chicago Bears for Bear Report, at Zach_Pearson on Twitter and X. Let's start with some football, then we'll get to the Tar Heels and unfortunately the Caleb Wilson injury. Zach, great to have you on the show. We just played the DJ Moore highlight, an all-time memory, I'm sure, for Bears fans and those that cover Chicago. But now he's a member of the Buffalo Bills, and Cordell and I were saying earlier, like, I think this is a great trade for Chicago, freeing up the money, getting draft assets back. And is this possible without Luther Burden?
Yeah, I mean, the writing was kind of on the wall. I'd say as early as probably the summer, especially after, Luther Burden had a breakout year. They're kind of hoping Rome Odunze, stays healthy next year, but then, Colston Loveland as well. So now you have a couple more weapons. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of what happens when, you give out some bad contracts. You have to find the money to get cap space. And unfortunately, you have to move on from a guy like DJ Moore. Now, they're in better shape to replace him at wide receiver than they are Tremaine Edmonds at linebacker. So that's kind of a positive. But I think, you hit it on the head right there. Getting that second-round pick was huge. I didn't think there was any chance to get a second-round pick at all. I thought it was probably a day 3 pick that would be coming back, but now you get the money off the books. And, unfortunately, DJ's a great guy. I've had a couple chances to talk to him, but yeah, it's the NFL, man. It's a business, and I think it'll work out for both sides, honestly.
Well, staying on the offensive side of the ball for the Bears, we're going into free agency now. The new league year starts next week, and out of nowhere, your center retires. Yeah, and now that leaves a huge hole right in the middle of your offensive line. How do you think that impacts their plans going into the new league year?
Yeah, I mean, it's important. Going into last offseason, center and left tackle were the two biggest needs in free agency. And right away, they got Drew Dahlman, in the quote-unquote legal tampering period. It was a pretty quick signing. And then, he plays at a Pro Bowl level, and then he retires. And, I don't blame players for retiring. I get it. There's other things we probably don't know, things like that. But it creates a need now at center. And they went out and got Garrett Bradbury from New England. But that, to me, that's not a long-term solution. That's probably a guy that comes in, starts, and then they probably draft someone this year to compete. I think they're probably out on Tyler Linderbaum. I think he's just priced too far out for them. They don't have a lot of cap space to work with, and I think while Bradbury's probably not a long-term solution, he's playing alongside Joe Tooney, the best left guard in football, in my opinion, and he's playing alongside Jonah Jackson, who was better than what we thought he'd be. Just don't be a turnstile at center, and I think the Bears will be fine.
What is the thought? You mentioned the draft. I know, look, we're still a month and a half or whatever it is, away at this point in time, and free agency can shift a lot of this. What's the thought in Chicago with one of their top picks? Like, what direction that they could go?
Yeah, I think it's anything on the defensive side of the football is fine in my eyes. I'd be shocked if they went running back, wide receiver, tight end, anything like that. Left tackle, if someone falls, if King Proctor's there and they really like him, I wouldn't be too mad at that. But I think they just have so many needs on defense. And I think going into the combine, we thought edge rusher, defensive tackle, Caleb Banks, Peter Woods, Caden McDonald, guys like that. But then, you look at the combine, you look at some of the measurements in the drills. I think safety's in play too. I really like Emmanuel McNeil-Warren out of Toledo, and I would not be shocked if they went safety. They do have that extra pick now in the second round, so that maybe they go a combination of defensive tackle, safety, or edge safety. But I do expect them to dress defensive tackle, edge, safety within those two first picks there.
Well, Zach, you did mention the Bears having to release veteran linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. That ended up clearing about $15 million in cap space, which I'm sure they love. But, Edmonds, while a veteran, 27 years old, still fairly young, should be entering the prime of his career at this point. He was about to enter the last year of his deal. Was that kind of a surprise? And what's next now for that second level of your defense?
Yeah, I don't think it was much of a surprise, because when you look at like the cut candidates they had to save some money, it was him, DJ Moore on a trade, DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet, and they just weren't going to move off of DeAndre Swift after the year he had. Cole Kmet they really like, and they have a spot for him on the offense. So it kind of was this odd man out was Tremaine Edmonds, and it's a shame because before he got hurt, he was playing at a Pro Bowl, arguably an All-Pro level. And then he got hurt 10 games into the season. So he was good for them in terms of leader, good in run support. I think he struggled a little bit in pass coverage, but it creates a need now. They have TJ Edwards, who is hurt. He ended the year hurt. He probably, might not be ready for the start of the league year. Noah Sewell was also hurt and lost during the season. So I think they need 3 linebackers. And I don't know if you're not going to spend money there. I don't know where you fill that. I guess DeMarco Jackson they could bring back on a cheaper deal, but yeah, I expect them to be active, trying to find some budget, linebackers or guys at good prices in free agency.
We're talking to Zach Pearson here on Westwood One Sports. Not only does he cover the Chicago Bears, he covers North Carolina for Tar Heel Wire. I want to pivot over to them. We were talking off air before we had you come on that unfortunately the build-up for this North Carolina-Duke game this evening, not the same vibe as you normally would have. 17.5-point spread in favor of Duke. They're one of the title favorites, if not the title favorite right now. And then Caleb Wilson, suffering the injury. Let's start with Caleb. This kind of came out of nowhere, right? This was like just a fluky practice injury?
Yeah, so from everything I know, he was going to be cleared for 5-on-5 contact, which was the next biggest hurdle for him to play on Saturday. And I guess it was in a non-contact drill. He went up for a dunk and he hit the front of the rim with like the top of his thumb. Now it's a thumb on the other hand too. So it's not even the left arm that he fractured. So it's a freak injury. It's unfortunate because, he's their star player, and, watching him go, with Boozer tonight would have been awesome again. And but everything that I know, he was gearing up for a return tonight. If not tonight, it definitely would have been ACC tournament. But yeah, it's tough because now it's the expectations are a little lower from the NCAA tournament.
And look, I mean, when Caleb initially went down, I was one of the people that thought, oh, well, there goes the season for North Carolina. Because to be honest, I thought that they were kind of skating by for a while, even with him. But look, he goes down, and they end up going 5-1 without him. Are you surprised that they were able to have so much success despite his injury?
A little bit, yeah. They played some of the, they played like Pitt and I believe they played someone else that was near the bottom of the ACC during that span, but still without, Caleb Wilson. Also, they didn't have Henry Visar for 2 games too. So that's your top 2 rebounders, top 2 scorers, 2 leaders. But you're right. Like they got off to a hot start. I thought they were good. I didn't think they were ever like national title good. I thought ceiling was probably Sweet 16, Elite 8. But I also had that feeling that come like maybe mid-February, March, that they could click. They could be one of those teams that clicks and kind of be a dark horse for a Final Four. I kind of thought that. And then, Caleb Wilson goes down. You see it with the Duke game, the first game. I thought that was going to propel them to go on a run this season. But, yeah, I'm a little surprised they went, what was it, 5-1 or whatever it was without him. But, yeah, I don't, it's tough to project what they do now. But, maybe this inspires them a little bit. We'll see. But they've been playing a lot better as of late.
What about the ACC? You mentioned, of course, the ACC tournament coming up next week. What's the view just as the ACC you look at compared to the Big 12 or the SEC? And everybody knows Duke is a legit national title contender.
Yeah.
But is there anybody else, as people get set and people listening or watching right now are already maybe thinking about the brackets they're going to fill out and bets? Who's another team maybe you think could surprise some people out of the ACC?
Man, it's hard because I would have said North Carolina if Caleb Wilson was healthy, and that's no bias because I think they would have been probably the second best team because, man, you look at Louisville, and earlier in the year, I'm like, wow, Louisville, they're good, and then they just, I don't know what they're doing lately. Clemson, the same thing. Virginia is a team I'd probably put up there, but then they just get beat, by 20 by Duke. So it's kind of hard because Duke is just beating everyone handedly. So it's kind of hard to judge a lot of these teams. If I were to pick one, I'd probably go with Virginia. I don't know. As long as they don't run into one of those powers right away, I think they'd have a shot at maybe winning a couple games. But, yeah, it doesn't feel like the Big 12 or SEC where, they have a bunch of really good teams. It just feels like right now it's Duke, and then, maybe North Carolina can still make a run to Sweet 16, Elite 8, depending on the draw. NC State is weird, too. Like, they have so much talent, but they're losing games to, like, Notre Dame, and they're just all over the place. So, unfortunately, I don't have a good answer besides Virginia, and I'm not even confident in that. If I'm picking an ACC team, it's Duke, and I'm probably not picking the rest, honestly.
Anyway, tonight,
Yeah.
17.5 points. Any way for Duke not to cover? Any way for North Carolina to make this pretty close?
17.5 without Caleb is still like a big number. I think it's probably a 15-point game, 14-point game. I think there's still talent in North Carolina, like Henry Visar is playing, Seth Trimble. It's probably a game that Luka Bogovac probably has to hit a couple, 4 or 5 threes like he did against Clemson. I think they'll keep it within that 15-point range, but I think Duke's going to win. I don't have a lot of confidence. I will say I did not have a lot of confidence going into that final against Coach K a couple of years ago. 2 totally different teams, but I'm usually wrong on these games, to be fair.
Yeah,
Zach Pearson.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was
No,
going
go
to say
ahead.
Zach Pearson joining us. Appreciate it. Cordell, I don't know if you got one more for him. I was gonna wrap up there. I don't know if you got one more question for him. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all good. I know we're up against the clock. I was just going to ask, and we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier in terms of the real true contenders. Do you think that Duke, they've looked like arguably the best team in the country to this point, do you think they'll be able to carry that into the NCAA tournament?
Admittedly, I hope not. But man, they're so good. They are so good. Here's the thing, though. I think Arizona's really good. And I think Michigan's really good. I think if Michigan gets a second shot at Duke, I think it'll be a little bit of a different game. I think it's those 3 and everyone else. But I think the one thing with Duke, though, I will say, and this is no bias or anything like this, look at the last 3 games that they have lost: Texas Tech, North Carolina, and Houston. They had leads in the second half late, and they cannot close it out. I think that if they lose, I think that's going to be their kryptonite and what does it for them in the NCAA tournament. But I'd have a hard time betting against them or Arizona or Michigan. I'd say those are probably the 3 I'd go with.
Zach Pearson, he covers North Carolina for Tar Heel Wire, also the Chicago Bears for Bear Report at Zach_Pearson on X. Appreciate it, man. Good insight as we get set not only for the rest of the NFL offseason, but of course, rivalry game tonight with North Carolina and Duke. Coming up next, we'll get to some of the sounds of the week right here on BetMGM Game Day.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll get right back into Max Crosby, who was traded last night to the Baltimore Ravens. And also, how much did ownership play a role in that trade? Obviously, they had to sign off on it, but there were some details this week about Tom Brady and his involvement, plus one of Tom Brady's closest friends and guys he trusts. And how did this all come together? So we'll talk more about Max Crosby in just a bit. Alex Gold with you. I got Cordell Woodland filling in for Austin today. Looking forward to continuing to talk about the Baltimore angle as Cordell is based in Baltimore, so it's perfect timing to have him filling in today. You guys can watch the show as well if you want on YouTube, youtube.com at BetMGM tonight. Another way to take in the show, and of course on the Odyssey app, Westwood One Sports app, SiriusXM channel 375, and affiliates across the country. It is time, though, where we get to the sounds of the week, and we start with Bruce Pearl, the former Auburn head coach. He was giving his thoughts on Miami, Ohio, who just completed a perfect season, and was talking about their tournament chances.
Miami, Ohio, here's the deal. Are we going to select the 68 most deserving teams, or are we going to select the 68 best teams? If we're selecting the 68 best teams, then Miami, Ohio is going to have to win their tournament to qualify as a champion. Because as an at-large, they are not one of the best teams in the country. And that's going to be a difficult choice for the committee to make.
Here's a question that I have for the group here. What is more valuable, the conference tournament or the regular season, winning out the regular season? I think it's regular season.
Right.
Because I think you got a larger body of work. I think they play well, but the unfortunate part of being a mid-major is you got to handle your business not only in conference but also in tournament play.
Yes.
My son played at the University of New Mexico, and they actually snuck in and won the conference tournament.
And that throws off
everybody. And they win and they lost to Clemson. But at the end of the day, I think you just got to take care of your business if you're a mid-major team.
Yeah.
I don't know if the 0 at the end of the season makes a difference unless they win out their conference tournament.
Because here's why it's crazy.
So that was Jamal Mashburn talking as well as Bruce Pearl. I agree on the regular season point. I do think the regular season matters. I know we all love the conference tournament, and it's great when we have the story of the team going on a deep run. But what you did the entire season is more impressive than what you did in a 4-day span or a 3-day span. I understand where Bruce Pearl's coming from. He coached at Auburn. He was in the SEC. His son is the coach at Auburn. Auburn is a bubble team. So I understand where his mind is at. But I disagree quite a bit with his logic about the most deserving versus the best. By that logic, though, we're just going to end up with the 11th best team every year in the Big Ten or something like that. This is why I'm anti-expanding the tournament. I don't want more teams that were in a Power 4 conference that finished with 17 wins getting in. I don't need that. And we know that's what it would lead to. It's not going to lead to the mid-majors getting in. So as I said earlier, man, I think Miami, Ohio's already in the tournament. They went 31-0 in the regular season. First team since Gonzaga to have a perfect season. So I don't care if they lose early in their conference tournament.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The regular season should matter more. And it's unfair, I think, to these guys to judge them off the slant that is the conference tournament. 4 games in 4 days. I mean, it's a lot that goes into winning a conference tournament. It's a true sprint, as opposed to the marathon that is the season where you do get a bigger body of work. You do get these teams at their best when they get a couple days rest, which is the norm throughout the regular season, to force these guys to have to go through the gauntlet, which is the conference tournament, and win that. And if they don't, it completely throws away the 31-0 record that they got throughout the regular season. I think that's complete garbage. And for me, more times than not, the most deserving kind of shakes hands with the best teams. If you are one of the best teams, most likely you're one of the most deserving to be in the tournament. So, and it's always this conversation when it comes to these types of teams, right? But yet when we get in a tournament, what do people love to see? They love to see the upsets. They love to see the Cinderellas. If it's up to people like Bruce Pearl, we wouldn't have any Cinderellas in the conference tournament.
Right.
It'd only be the big name teams that get in there, and some of them will have 12 to 14 losses. I think it's too much of a name game and not enough of the actual product on the court.
We have 68 spots for the NCAA tournament, and you're telling me we can't put in, a 31-0 team? That's what's
Come
crazy to
on.
me about this entire conversation. We got 68 spots. Miami, Ohio, I think will end up getting in, and maybe ends up winning their conference tournament anyway, and so it won't matter. All right, I want to pivot to another sound that stood out to us this week. Greg Cosell, who's a great X and O guru, he was on with the Ross Tucker podcast talking about Fernando Mendoza. We all know likely going to be the number 1 overall pick, and he gave his assessment of the former Indiana quarterback.
He's not a playmaker. He's a higher level executor of a well-schemed pass game. He's an efficient and consistent ball distributor from the pocket. And that doesn't look as cool as guys running around. Now, when you watch someone like Mendoza, he made certain kinds of throws within their offense. He didn't work the middle of the field very often. There was a significant emphasis on RPO concepts and back shoulder fades. There weren't many throws between the numbers at the intermediate levels. You have to evaluate that. But the bottom line is, for him to be a higher level success in the NFL, 2 foundations of his game must be pocket efficiency and precise ball placement. And he's kind of shown he can do that. It's just he didn't really make all the kinds of throws that you want to see. Doesn't mean he can't do it. His arm is good. But my point with him is that he kind of plays the position old school. It's probably why Tom Brady really likes him, because he kind of plays the position that way. He's not a runaround guy. He's a subtle, nuanced, detailed, disciplined craft kind of quarterback, and for some reason we don't talk about that as if those are traits.
All I keep thinking of when I hear that, and I've heard it a few times this week, is, man, they better have that offensive line fixed, because that's fine. If you're going to play that style of football with Mendoza, and I agree, I think he's a very smart quarterback. I also think he can make big-time throws, and the arm strength is there. All that's there. But if he's not going to be the guy running around, although it's funny when you hear at the beginning he's not a playmaker, when the lasting image we all have from his college career is him being a playmaker and putting his body on the line at the goal line. So it's kind of odd that but I would agree in general, but they've got to be able to protect him. And maybe that's why, there's a report out there from Diana Rossini that the Raiders are considering maybe bringing in a veteran to start initially, even if I disagree.
Yeah, I completely, honestly, I agree with his assessment of him. I talked about my assessment of Mendoza earlier in the show, and it was almost very similar. I do think he has sneaky athleticism that he, was in a position that he didn't have to show it a lot at Indiana, especially this past year. But like you said, the national championship game, when it's a gotta have it moment, he puts his body on the line. He makes a great run, scores a touchdown at the goal line. So I do think he's capable of more than he showed. But I think Indiana, everything went so right for him over this season and really most of last season, to where I think that he didn't have to show a lot of those traits that the NFL will force him to show, because you have these elite pass rushers. You have these athletic guys that are coming after him. Now, as he said, when everything's right, he's great. He is very sharp. I called him an extension of the coach on the field. I think that is what he is. He knows exactly where to go with the ball. I think he has kind of the processing of a Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, I think, is an elite processor when he's at his best. I think that's what Mendoza can be, but can he be the guy to extend plays? Can he be the guy to bail out his offensive line? Can he be the guy to make something happen when his receivers don't get open, at least on a regular basis? I think that is a fair question to ask right now.
If they bring in a veteran, who do you think it is? Because I don't think I see one of our producers chiming in and saying Kyler Murray or Justin Fields. Fields, maybe. Kyler Murray, to me, is going to be a starting quarterback and is going to get a multi-year deal somewhere. He's going to get a multi-year deal in Minnesota or Indianapolis or somewhere else. So I could see Justin Fields. I think you're in the believe it or not, it sounds crazy, the Carson Wentz territory. If you're really going to start someone for 3 weeks, Kirk Cousins, somebody like that, that's not going to get a multi-year deal. We'll see how it plays out and if it's true, but I'm with you overall, Mendoza. I would just start him week 1 if I actually can improve my offensive line. Up next, let's get back into Max Crosby, who we now know is a member of the Baltimore Ravens, plus the Raiders' ownership and what's going on out there.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
1 o'clock out east. We're hanging out here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out. You guys can watch the show over on YouTube. BetMGM tonight. You can listen to the show over on the Westwood One Sports app. Of course, affiliates across the country, the Odyssey app, and on SiriusXM channel 375. Coming up a little bit later on in the show, we will talk some NBA. Jason Tatum made his return, highly anticipated return for Celtics fans last night, including very early on in the game. It looked like he was about to throw out a dunk and absolutely have the place erupt. He came up just a bit short, but I think still all very positive things for Celtics fans to see him back on the court. So we will work in some NBA, but I want to continue talking about the news of the day and really of last night. And that is Max Crosby, star defensive pass rusher, traded from the Raiders to the Baltimore Ravens. In exchange there, of course, first-round picks in 26 and next year in 2027, going back to the Raiders. And focusing more on the Raiders here for a second, because number one, I actually think they got the best compensation you could possibly have asked for. If you know what Micah Parsons trade involved with Dallas to Green Bay, a younger player, it was 2 first-round picks and a Pro Bowl player in Kenny Clark. All right, Max Crosby's a little bit older, still one of the best, but you got 2 first-round picks from a Ravens team who is picking 14th in this year's draft, so that's a solid first-round pick. And we'll see. I know everybody's expecting Baltimore to get right back to being one of the top teams in the AFC. So it's probably in 2027, you would think, anywhere from 25, let's call it, 24, let's call it, to 32 next season. I think the Raiders came out very well in this trade, as well as you can for trading away a player of the caliber of Max Crosby. But do you think some of this trade also has to deal with not only the reset that's happening with the new regime, with Kubiak coming in, but this report that came out this week over from Mike Silver at The Athletic, suggesting that a name we hadn't heard in a bit, but it's familiar to any football fan that was locked into the Patriots run all those years with Tom Brady, Alex Guerrero. That was a name I hadn't said in a couple years, but I saw that. I said, oh, yeah, I remember Alex Guerrero. That's Tom Brady's longtime trainer. He is heavily involved with the Raiders organization now because we know Tom Brady's a minority owner, and it sure seems like the boots on the ground guy is Alex Guerrero for Tom Brady. Here was a quote from the article. It said, quote, like many players and coaches, Crosby was frustrated by the presence of Alex Guerrero, a staunch Brady ally whose official title is wellness coordinator. Goes on to say, Guerrero, who regularly attends practices and meetings, purports to possess significant organizational power, informing players of impending transactions and even indicating to staff members who don't follow his instructions that their jobs may be at risk. According to Silver, many people in that Raiders locker room believe Guerrero serves as a mole for Brady while he travels around the country broadcasting games for Fox. This seems like trouble, man. This seems like a lot of trouble. We all remember how it went down in New England. Remember Bill Belichick? They revoked the credentials eventually for Alex Guerrero. Maybe it's not there yet. And I know the Raiders, because they haven't been near the level of what New England was, people, aren't focusing on it. But this should be a red flag already if I'm a Raiders fan and if I'm Mark Davis. I know you want Tom Brady involved, but Alex Guerrero typically ruffles some feathers and not in a good way.
Yeah, I am curious to find out Mark Davis's feelings on this because, I'm sure for Mark, he was thrilled to have Brady join their ownership group and essentially become the face of the Raiders because, look, the Raiders were in a huge dump and you put Tom Brady as kind of the face of your franchise, even after his playing days, it gives you some credibility. It all of a sudden causes the people from the outside looking in to look at you with a different eye. And so I am curious to how Mark Davis feels about this. I wonder if he's okay with it because I'm pretty sure, I don't think that this is something that Brady just started. As you said, anybody that's followed Tom Brady's career, we know about Alex Guerrero. He has been around. Now, Belichick obviously did not like him. Belichick is a guy that runs things how he likes to run things, and he doesn't want anybody else there going over, doing the checks and balances with him. He wants all say so, especially at that time when Brady is just a player. So now, in a sense where Brady has some power and he brings Guerrero with him, I just don't believe that this is something new or something that Mark Davis and those guys didn't know was going to happen. In terms of what he's doing in the building, he's absolutely being a mole. He's absolutely being the guy that's running and tell Brady what's going on, and it's probably making guys uncomfortable. And I don't know how much it really matters in the grand scheme of things, but this is definitely something that is crazy. I forgot all about Guerrero until you start to hear his name's brought back up again, and it's like, oh yeah, this dude has always found a way to be around Brady, and it does rub people the wrong way.
Yeah, the TB12 program and all that, that's all Alex Guerrero. The thing with Brady, and I think we all recognize why you would want him part of your ownership group, but there's, we're going to see how this goes with Mendoza. But if it doesn't go well, you look at Tom Brady as an owner, and just because you were the GOAT on the field does not mean you're the GOAT when it comes to management or being an owner or anything like that. I mean, you go through and look, there's a long track record. Of course, Michael Jordan, we all know the story with the Bobcats, whatever the heck they were called at the time, and how that played out. Great basketball player, the GOAT, not a good executive, unless it's NASCAR. He's actually killing it as a NASCAR executive right now.
He's hot right now.
He's been unbelievable. Yeah, his NASCAR team. I'll give as an executive or owner of that. Maybe that's what's working. But as a basketball exec, wasn't great. John Elway. It wasn't a disaster with management there in Denver, but because he convinced Peyton Manning to show up, but wasn't the best GM. I think John Lynch does a great job, a former player, Hall of Famer, doing a nice job out in San Francisco, but then there's guys like Matt Millen and others. Just because you're a great player does not mean you know how to operate the business side. And that's where I think it's one to monitor right now. I'm not ready to say that Tom Brady doesn't know how to be an owner/executive. I don't think that's fair yet. But man, if you make the same mistakes, if Alex Guerrero was as problematic as he was at times in New England, and it causes issues for Clint Kubiak, let's say, who was someone Tom Brady really liked and is a big reason why they hired him, then we got to really turn our attention to Tom Brady as the executive. And the only thing that he has going for him is the Raiders have been terrible long before Tom Brady and not well run and making bad decisions. And so I don't know if people will necessarily point to Tom Brady as much as they'll just say, same old typical Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's what it is right now. People are just like, it's the same old with the Raiders. But, that time will come to an end, and there will be a time in a couple of years where people are going to start asking, okay, what has happened in the Brady era? What changes have been made positively for the Raiders? It can't just be stripping it down and having nothing to show for it. So right now I get it. He's getting rid of a lot of the old and changing the culture right now. And that stuff takes time. That stuff isn't easy. But you got to have something to show for it on the back end. And we talked a lot about the Max Crosby trade. And I don't think that, and Crosby apparently was one of the guys that also was getting a little perturbed about Alex Guerrero's presence and the input that he apparently has in Vegas. Ultimately, I don't know if that was the thing that, pushed him out. I think, honestly, for a while, Crosby has wanted to be there. He's wanted to be a Raider for life. This is a guy that they had to send home on the back end of the season because they didn't want him to play anymore, and he wants to get out there and play through injury despite the season essentially being over for them. So I do think there's more to the situation beyond the Alex Guerrero and Tom Brady of it all. I think ultimately for the Raiders, they looked at it and they felt like that this is a good time to reset. They have the number 1 overall pick They're probably going to take Fernando Mendoza, and they're hoping that he'll be the quarterback of the future for this team. Let's just start fresh right now. You've got Genty. They got to build up the trenches on both sides of the ball. Really, they just need to acquire as much talent as possible for that team. That's just where they are. They're in that group of teams like Tennessee that just where they are right now, they just need to acquire as much talent as they can, no matter what the position is.
Right, yeah, and this is why this trade makes a ton of sense for the Las Vegas Raiders. Even though you're trading away one of the best pass rushers we've seen since 2019, we were going through some of the numbers earlier in the show. First in tackles since 2019 in the league, and fifth in sacks out of all players since 2019. I mean, they're getting legitimate player in Baltimore, and it's why it makes sense for them. But for the Raiders, Max Crosby at this point in time, I mean, you're 2 or 3 years out. By the time you get to the value of what he would be then to you, it's not the same. This was the right time to pull the trigger, unfortunately, for a trade. And Max Crosby, I do truly believe, wanted it to work out in Vegas. He was, the quintessential Raider. Everything that you mentioned, the Raider tattoos, and like this guy fit the Raiders, right? And he's a great story. He's been open about his struggles. And I'm happy for Max Crosby that he gets a chance to play for a legitimate team, to go play in meaningful football games, and he just really hasn't had a chance to do that. But the Raiders should be stockpiling picks. I think this sets them up potentially better for the future, but it's just such a long road ahead for them. I don't think this is some quick one off season, 2 off season type of situation. And if they do get the quarterback right, yes, that makes things a hell of a lot easier. But I look at the AFC West that they're in, and the challenge, even if you make some really, really smart and shrewd moves, you're not going to probably have any better than the third best quarterback in that division. That's just the reality of operating in the AFC West that has Mahomes and has Justin Herbert and Bo Nix. Could you end up being better than Bo Nix? Sure, but I'll say this. Bo Nix last year, I think, showed some people more than maybe you even thought his ceiling was. And so there's a chance the Raiders, even with Mendoza, ends up being a franchise quarterback, they still might have the worst quarterback in the division.
Yeah, I mean, that's just where we are these days, where everybody is starting to load up at the quarterback position. It's not as many teams without a quarterback these days as it used to be. And a big reason for that is a lot of these young quarterbacks are starting to pan out. Bo Nix was a guy that came out of Oregon with a ton of question marks. And his first 2 years in the league, all he's done is win. All he's done is win. You can make the argument that the Broncos could have represented the AFC this year if Bo Nix is healthy in that game, because Jarrett Stidham literally gave them nothing, and that's not his fault. He's not expected to give them anything, especially in the AFC Championship game. I do think that it's going to be an uphill battle for the Raiders. It's going to take some time because they have needs all over their roster. And now you've got a new head coach coming in. Hopefully they're going to be patient with him, because the one mistake that a lot of these poor franchises make is kind of getting rid of these guys too soon. And they need to understand this is a massive rebuilding project for a coach who's taken on a new challenge of being a head coach. So flexibility and patience will need to be exercised out there, especially when you're trading away his best player before he can even pack his bags. Like, you trade Max Crosby away, that's the one true difference maker the Raiders had. It's going to be impossible to expect them to do anything this year, maybe even next year as well, the year after that as well.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up some of the win totals for the team. The Raiders right now tied with the Dolphins, just in front of the Dolphins, tied with the Jets, projected at 5.5 wins. That was prior to the Max Crosby trade. I'd be curious to see if it knocks them down to 4.5 now. I would.
That's at least 2 losses right there with Max gone.
Right? I think so. I mean, especially, if we believe the reports about, are they going to start the rookie right away? Are they going to start a veteran week 1 in that division with that schedule that they have? I think if you told me the Dolphins and the Raiders had the same win total at 4.5 with the Jets, makes a ton of sense to me. We don't know who the starter is, in fairness, in Miami yet. We think we know who the starter is going to be at some point for the Raiders, but maybe not week 1. And the Jets, we don't know who their starting quarterback is, although there's a lot of rumblings out there that Frank Wright, who is the OC, that he might want to bring Carson Wentz in to start, which
Yeah,
we
I
can get
saw
to
that.
free agency. But what a joke that is. If that is Aaron Glenn's plan in year 2, you're going to go with Carson Wentz. So what, he can get you to 6 wins, and then you can screw yourself over with a draft pick next year. I mean, what a disaster that would be.
Yeah, that is just. I mean, are you even trying to win at this point? Carson Wentz this year, we saw it in Minnesota, and I get it. It came out after the fact that he was playing through an injury that ended up costing him the rest of his season. But Carson Wentz isn't even a Band-Aid, I don't believe, at this point of his career. Carson Wentz isn't going to get you anywhere. And when you're the Jets, it just feels like you're destined to lose anyway, unfortunately. But to sign Carson Wentz, I would assume that's going to be the end of Aaron Glenn's tenure in New York, because that's a type of quarterback that'll get you fired. It'll get you fired. I just can't. I don't know what the Jets' plans are for the future. And they've been looking for a quarterback themselves, which feels like forever. I wanted Justin Fields to work out there. It didn't. Carson Wentz, I mean, you might as well run it back with Tyrod Taylor if you're thinking Carson Wentz, honestly.
Well, yeah, I mean, or just their backup quarterbacks there. I mean, you're better off just starting some young backup quarterback that, who was the guy out of Mizzou, Brady Cook. You're better off just doing something like that for a year and seeing what the hell happens and losing a bunch of games and set yourself up for what is perceived to be a good quarterback class next year. Other things can change, but we all know Arch Manning or Dante Moore could be an option there for the Jets next year. Carson Wentz, you're not going to win 3 games with him. You probably get to 6, maybe 7. So we'll see how it plays out. I do want to talk more free agency. Coming up on the other side, Kenneth Walker, the hottest name other than maybe Trey Hendrickson on the free agent market. He's going to be probably someone that signs during the legal tampering period on Monday. We'll tell you his likely destinations, plus some of the other veteran names that could be quick signees. That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. best angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Donovan looks over the defense, gets the snap, turns right, hands off Walker, runs laterally at the 5, to the pylon, diving, touchdown, Seattle. They've taken the lead in the NFC Championship game. A 2-yard touchdown run by Kenneth Walker. 6-0 Seattle.
Kevin Harlan, Kurt Warner on the call there, Westwood One. That was, of course, Kenneth Walker, a touchdown in the NFC title game against the LA Rams as they were on their way to the Super Bowl and ultimately Super Bowl champions. And let's start talking more about free agency because Kenneth Walker is one of the headliners, that's for sure. I would say him and Trey Hendrickson are two of the names that will be very quickly taken off the market on Monday when the legal tampering opens up. I understand the league year does not begin until the 11th, but we know how this plays out. By Monday afternoon, we'll know where Kenneth Walker is going. And there's a lot of speculation about where he could go. The Denver Broncos reportedly are very interested in Kenneth Walker, looking to spend some money at the running back spot. Another team in the AFC West, the Kansas City Chiefs, need running back help. There's some reports suggesting that Kenneth Walker in Kansas City could be a potential landing spot. We can get to some of these other positions. I think Kenneth Walker, one, the timing could not be better for this guy. I mean, it was what a perfect alignment of the planets here for him, man. He ends up having a great postseason. It's a contract year. Then he's Super Bowl MVP. He doesn't get franchise tagged by Seattle, and now he can play the market. And with Breece Hall getting tagged, he's the number one available running back on the open market, and teams are going to overpay for you. And his agent and him are going to cash in a big way, and he's going to get, I think, more money than maybe we projected a month or so ago. And when I thought he would sign back with the Seattle Seahawks, I think he ends up in the AFC West with either Denver or Kansas City. And I can tell you his name has come up quite a bit here in KC. You know, I think his market, he might price himself out of Kansas City a little bit to where they might go and pivot to another guy like, you know, a Travis Etienne, for example. But Kenneth Walker, would you be paying him if it takes $15 million a year? Is he the type of running back you're comfortable paying $15 million a year?
So I'm conflicted because I like Kenneth Walker a lot. Always have. The Kenneth Walker that we saw in the postseason, I think, is the best version of Kenneth Walker. That's kind of who he can be at his best. Throughout the season, look, he appeared in all 17 games. He kind of squeaked over the 1,000-yard mark, but only had 5 rushing touchdowns. And a lot of his numbers were impeded due to Zach Charbonnet kind of being such a vulture. I'm a big fantasy football guy, and Zach Charbonnet was at the top of my hit list, man, because this dude would just vulture touchdowns every time they got inside the 5 or inside the 10. So you do kind of wonder how good could his numbers have been had he really been given that true RB1 type of runway. But I think that, look, he has dealt with injuries throughout his career. This was the first year that he actually appeared in all 17 games. So I think that they tried to preserve his body a little bit. And that's why Zach Charbonnet got in on a lot of those short yardage situations. But in the playoffs, I think a big reason why Seattle's offense wasn't and didn't end up being their demise the way that usual Sam Darnold-led offenses end up being is because they didn't have to put the ball in Sam Darnold's hands a lot because Kenneth Walker led that charge. They were able to hand it off to him. He was great as a receiver out of the backfield as well. I think he can be that every down back, but the durability concerns are probably real. I don't know if I would want to make Kenneth Walker the highest paid running back in the league or anything like that. Probably not, honestly. Probably not. But I do think that he is a guy that if you can acquire him, especially for a good rate, he immediately elevates your offense. He's a tough runner. He breaks tackles. He has breakaway speed, even though it's kind of deceptive. But this is a dude that, again, the postseason showed us you can kind of put your offense on his back and let him carry you for a stretch, and that can really take some of the mileage off your quarterback.
We saw that in that first half of the Super Bowl. I mean, the entire offense was was Kenneth Walker, and on his way to a Super Bowl MVP. And it's pretty rare. I think it's only happened 4 or 5 times in NFL history where a guy will be Super Bowl MVP and not return to the same team that he was on. And it sure doesn't right now appear that he's going back to Seattle. I think for some of these teams that are interested in Walker, it's a team that knows that they're not in position to draft a Jeremiah Love, that Jeremiah Love might go sooner than their pick. The Chiefs need running back help desperately. They got to get more explosive. You got Patrick Mahomes coming off an ACL injury. A run game can help you a little bit, and they just were not explosive whatsoever in that run game. That's where Walker comes into play. I just wonder, and look, we all know the Twitter account Ricky Scoops, which is a fun follow and controversial, but usually he's correct. He or she is correct. He suggests the Chiefs could be the favorite for Kenneth Walker. And the feeling here is that the Chiefs think Jeremiah Love won't be there at 9 anyway. And so could this be their pivot? I mean, they're going to sign, I think their first free agent signing is going to be a running back. The question is, to me, is it Kenneth Walker or is it ETN? I would prefer Walker, but not at $15 million or $16 million a year. I would rather take ETN if I could pay him 11 or 12 or 10 million dollars a year. I'm fine with that trade-off. I think ETN's a better pass catcher than Kenneth Walker, and that to me in a Chiefs offense at least would be more intriguing. But if you look at Denver, man, they drafted RJ Harvey, and they're one of the teams that people believe really like Kenneth Walker. J.K. Dobbins was good when he was healthy. He can't stay healthy, so I think the Broncos are going to move on from Dobbins. But you pair up R.J. Harvey, who played in all 17 games, with a Kenneth Walker, with the Sean Payton style of offense, and then to me, you go and spend a high pick on one of the top tight ends there in Denver, or Stowers or Sadiq, the tight end out of Oregon. All of a sudden, I really like that for the Broncos offense. So I think he ends up in like I said, in the AFC West.
Yeah, I mean that would make sense. The Chiefs, it just seems like they haven't really been able to run the ball the way they'd like to. I think Kareem Hunt had a little bit left in the tank, but that kind of ran its course as the year went on. And I think once Pacheco got healthy, they kind of struggled to figure out which one of those guys they really wanted to lean into. And like you said, with the Broncos, the run game was good when Dobbins was there. Dobbins has always been a productive running back when healthy. It's just he can't stay healthy, unfortunately. Yeah. And I covered him here in Baltimore, and it was so frustrating for him because he would always say he hadn't gotten hurt until he got into the NFL. And so it seems like ever since he's been in the league, those injuries continue to follow him. But I am curious to see, what teams do decide that spending real money on a veteran running back will be worth it, because we have seen some of these teams in the NFL decide to kind of, take a step back and not want to pay running backs a whole lot of money because they feel like they're a dime a dozen, and you could get a running back in the draft for some cheap labor. But the Chiefs come to mind. I do wonder. I'm just trying to think of some other teams that maybe Jacksonville, if they are going to indeed lose ETN, maybe that's a team to watch. Tennessee also, but I don't think Kenneth Walker wants to go to the bottom end, of the totem pole. I think when you win a Super Bowl, I think there's a reason teams like Denver and Kansas City are the teams that are being mentioned. He still wants to go somewhere where he can compete for a Super Bowl.
I will say that you brought up the kind of the trend in the league where with running backs, I actually think it shifted back to where teams are valuing the running back again. I mean, I think we've seen it with the fact that Breece Hall is going to probably get a brand new contract, the kind of money that Kenneth Walker is going to get. I think we've seen, look at the final 4 teams that were in the postseason this year. You had a 1-2 punch prior to the injury in Seattle. You had Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet. New England had Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson. And the Rams had Corum and Kyron Williams. Denver, they had RJ Harvey, but they also had J.K. Dobbins when he was healthy. I think you go and you look at some of these teams that have been towards the top of the league here recently. They either have one of the stud guys like a Saquon Barkley, or they've got a good 1-2 punch. And I think that's where the league has shifted back to. And I think that, frankly, was an issue for, I hate to keep bringing them up, but they're a team that's listed as a favorite. But like that was one of the issues for Kansas City, is that they did not value the running back and they were late to the party. And now they're trying to play catch up. And I think they're going to do that this offseason. The question is, are you joining the party late? Is it still going to go on for another year or two, or is the league going to shift back again to being more on the passing side of things? It's a passing league, yes, but the way defenses are playing, there's an opportunity in the run game. There's an opportunity to go under center more, and you've seen these teams. I mean, look at Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold, Drake May. They all were top 5 in under center touchdown passes, and a lot of that is set up by the run game because they had a threat in the run game. So I think it's very necessary for these teams like Denver, for example, to make sure they have another back to go with RJ Harvey. And we'll see. I mean, did any of the other running backs interest you? I mentioned ETN. I think he's going to be a nice addition. Algier is a name I love, but admittedly, he's someone you're going to have to either go sign another back or spend a mid-round draft pick on. I don't think you can just go into next season and say, Algier's our number one, and you're not splitting many carries. I think he's someone that could be a 1, but you better have a legitimate number 2 option with him.
Yeah, no doubt. Algier, I love Algier. I think he's at his best when he's fresh. He's obviously out in Atlanta, and he's spelling one of the best running backs in all of football out there. So, you know, he's able to kind of come in and be that brute, be that wrecking ball. And he's so good at breaking tackles. He stays so low to the ground, runs with a shoulder square. I like Algier a lot, but he's not going to be a guy that, you know, ends up taking top dollar. To be honest with you, I don't think that there are a lot of pending free agent running backs that probably will require that type of money outside of guys like ETN and Kenneth Walker that we mentioned. But there are some sneaky guys out there. Like Kenneth Gainwell, to me, is a sneaky guy. He was really good for Pittsburgh this year. Granted, he's getting 1,000 check down passes. I think he was one of, I got to check the numbers, but I think he was no less than like second on their team in receiving. This is kind of mind blowing, especially with Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback. But he'd be a guy that I would keep an eye on. Other than that, I mean, Rashad White, maybe, although he kind of lost that backup job as time went on. And the Bucs were really weird about their backup situation this year. But he's one to watch. But other than that, there aren't really any big name running backs, I think, in free agency that is really going to blow people away. Guys like Algier, sneaky. Keaton Mitchell, I'm curious to see what happens with him. He's a restricted free agent. He hasn't shown a ton, but the little bit that he has shown, he's been able to wow some people. Sean Tucker, another one from Tampa Bay that had some positive moments. Emmanuel Wilson from Green Bay is an unrestricted free agent. He had a monster game that one time that he had to fill in for Josh Jacobs. So I just think it's a couple of dart throws here, but overall, it's no Saquon in this free agency class. I guess Kenneth Walker would be that Saquon-esque type of guy.
Yeah, that's why Kenneth Walker is going to get a very nice contract now that Breece Hall's not on the market. Sets up very well for him. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. We'll certainly get back into NFL free agency a little bit later on in the show. I do want to pivot coming up next to the NBA. Jason Tatum made his return from that serious knee injury a year ago in the postseason. What does it mean for the Celtics? We'll take a look at the Eastern Conference, some of those odds, and how his debut turned out for him. Coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. rounds, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
That was the intro for Jason Tatum last night at the Garden there, where we saw the return for Tatum post Achilles injury out on ESPN last night. Scored 15, by the way, in his return. And what this does for the Eastern Conference, we can get to in a second. But number one, awesome to see Jason Tatum back up on the court after that injury 10 months ago. And look, he was rusty. There's no doubt, as expected at first. I mean, he was 0 for 6 from the field out of the gate. He missed that first dunk early on, eventually got the putback dunk for his first bucket, knocked down a three a little bit later as well. And look, it's going to be interesting to see how long the buildup takes. It's only March. You know, defensively, there were times where, I mean, he looked like a guy coming back from an Achilles. They tried to protect him a little bit. He did not have the toughest matchup by any means. He looked a little slow on defense, but this is to be expected from a serious Achilles injury. I think it was a huge step in the right direction. The question is he back up enough by the time we get to May, by the time we get to June, and we talk about the postseason for the Eastern Conference. But the Celtics, I mean, it goes without saying, you add in Jason Tatum in the mix, it completely changes their trajectory. If you believe Tatum can be back to being Jason Tatum by the time we get to the postseason.
Yeah, I like you said, it is a question about how ready he will be able to be when it gets real in April. I mean, the playoffs are about a month away right now, and now we're in that time where it's a playoff push. So we're entering that time to where teams want to start. I don't know if peaking is the right word, but you do want to start playing some of your best regular season basketball right now as you get ready to go into the postseason. And when you get into the postseason, that's the real thing, because now you got these 7-game series and teams are game planning strictly for you and your team. And we see defense get ramped up quite a bit in the postseason. The energy is different for postseason basketball. You're playing so hard. And that's the concern for me. Is he able to kind of ratchet it up with this small window that he has up until that point? And look, I'm looking at this Celtics team as a legit NBA champion contender. They're playing some of their best basketball despite not having Tatum. Jaylen Brown, it looks like an MVP candidate right now. The Celtics could be playing deep into June. So they need Tatum to get back going. But look, he's going to have no problem looking for his shot. He had 16 attempts last night. He is not going to be shy about shooting the ball. He's going to shoot the ball. But in terms of defense, and when Tatum's at his best, he's a guy, he still had 12 rebounds. You love to see that. 7 assists. Like, I think naturally he's a really good player, so that won't be the problem. But you just worry about him maybe putting too much stress on that Achilles with having to play so hard this time of year.
You take a look, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see over at BetMGM the finals winners and the odds there. No surprise, the Thunder are the favorite, Spurs second best odds, Cavs, Nuggets, and then you see the Boston Celtics just in front of the Detroit Pistons. There's a big gap there. We know what Detroit's been able to do. The Cleveland Cavaliers, I think, are the interesting story along with the Boston Celtics here, just in terms of who do you believe in more come playoff time? And I think that one's a tough one to answer right now, only because, as we just said, is Jason Tatum going to be able to ramp it up here in the next month enough to where you feel like they are positioned better? I still trust Boston more, especially with Tatum on the floor, than I do Cleveland. And Cleveland's been the better team. I get that. But as you and I were kind of hinting at off air, it's still do you trust Cleveland come playoff time? Do you trust James Harden, who they've been great since he was acquired? They also made some other really smart moves. But in the playoffs, we know the story and what typically happens there when you're James Harden in the postseason. And so that's why if I had to make a bet right now on an Eastern Conference team to win it, although I think the winner's coming from the West, whether it's the Thunder or a surprise team, maybe it's the Nuggets or the Spurs. If I had to pick a team in the East, I actually still would be betting on the Boston Celtics. I understand they got better odds than Cleveland right now, but I think it's justified.
Yeah, I probably would have to go with the Celtics if we're talking about coming out of the East. The Celtics are the team I feel the most comfortable about. I think they're one of the deeper teams. I think their stars, I trust their stars more than I trust Cleveland stars right now. I love Donovan Mitchell. I do. I like Mobley a lot. You mentioned the concerns around James Harden all the time throughout his career in the postseason. I just I just don't trust Cleveland. It just seems like there's always something come playoff time that holds Cleveland back. Usually it's an injury. Darius Garland not being there for them last year was a huge blow. I think Mobley was hurt in the year before that in the postseason, but it's just always one of their key guys are unavailable for them that time of year. But it's just tough for me to really trust that they're going to put it all together. I've seen Boston do it. I've seen Boston go and win a championship. And to be honest with you, I'm almost more inclined to put more stock into the Pistons than I do the Cavs. I'm almost willing to go there. I love the way Cade Cunningham has played this year. He looks like a legit MVP candidate, and he might win it if a couple of these guys miss another game or two with the new rules and everything. But I think Detroit is better suited to play playoff defense than Cleveland is. I think Detroit would be a team that could give a team like the Cavs a lot of problems on both ends of the floor. But for me, the Celtics are probably the overwhelming favorite in the East.
What about out west? We saw last night the Spurs come all the way back and find a way to win. We know what Wemby's been able to do here. San Antonio does not have, necessarily the track record by any means with this group, and certainly doesn't have the experience with this group as some of these other teams like Denver Nuggets squad and Jokic and company. And just a few weeks ago, Denver had better odds than the Spurs to win the West. That's not the case right now over at BetMGM. The Thunder, understandably so, are minus 125, but it's the Spurs with the second best odds to win the Western Conference right now, barely, plus 425. The Nuggets, plus 475. It just depends. Are we about to see a changing of the guard? We just saw it with the Thunder, but are we about to see, in a weird way, as far as like that number two team? Is it going to be the Spurs or is it going to be the Thunder? That is, to me, what this next month is going to be about in my confidence level for Wemby and the Spurs. And I understand, as great as the comeback was last night, you can say, all right, that gives you confidence. On one hand, it concerns me, though, that you can't afford that in the postseason, though. You can't afford to have the first half that they had last night in the postseason. You're going to get eliminated if that's the case. So it's great. On one hand, you can compliment it and say that comeback is why I believe in this young Spurs team. And I think, to me, they're a year away. I'm not ready to pick them to come out and surprise people in the West. Maybe you think they're going to push the Thunder a bit more. I want to see how the bracket is going to situate a little bit too as we get closer, and what's that path? How early do they have to play the Thunder? Because I think they can beat the Nuggets, but can they beat the Thunder in a game like the postseason? I understand the regular season matchups.
Yeah, I mean, regular season matchups we've seen over the years, they can mean nothing. But yeah, they have had the Thunder's number to this point in the regular season, and that does play a part in my thinking. I kind of buy more into what they did to the Thunder in their regular season matchups than I typically do those types of things in the past, just because I think the Spurs are can be a bad matchup for almost anybody. When you have Wembanyama on the court, there's nobody that really has a player on their team that can guard this dude, at least consistently. And what he does on the defensive end as a help defender, you're afraid to go to the basket. But I probably would still give the nod to the Thunder. When SGA and those dudes are there, and they haven't really been healthy to this point in the year. That's the thing about the Thunder is that not very often have they been able to put all of their pieces together on the court at the same time this year. And maybe that ends up being something that bites them when they get into the postseason. Guys being in and out of the lineup, maybe not having that comfortability with each other, or maybe they are still missing one of their key pieces. But until otherwise, I'm going to probably still go with the Thunder. The Nuggets are not a team to sleep on. I love Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray has been great this year for them. I think the Nuggets are still going to be a tough out. It's a 3-team race to me in the West between the Thunder, Nuggets, and the Spurs. I love Ant-Man. I love the T-Wolves. It's just something that they're missing, though. I just think that there's something that they're missing to where I can't put them in the same tier as the three teams I just mentioned.
So it's a little update on the NBA. And by the way, the Celtics' next game will be at Cleveland on Sunday. So a nice matchup, or maybe a preview of what we could see in the Eastern Conference Finals if you're a believer in them. A little bit of NFL news in the last minute or so. The Buffalo Bills, according to Adam Schefter and Connor McGovern, have agreed to a 4-year, $52 million deal, $32 million of which are guaranteed. So the Bills have been active here in the last 48 hours. I know we're going to talk more about the DJ Moore trade coming up next hour and what that means for Buffalo, what it means for Chicago, but did want to pass that along. So two headlines today. Certainly the overnight one was Max Crosby getting traded, but today Brandon Aubrey had the second round tender placed on him by the Dallas Cowboys. So somebody could theoretically offer him a deal, and the Cowboys, if they don't match, would get a second round pick. And then now the Buffalo Bills taking care of a deal with Connor McGovern for a new 4-year, $52 million contract.
Yeah, that's a good move by the Bills. McGovern was probably going to be the second highest rated free agent center on the market behind Tyler Linderbaum. So maybe, who knows, maybe this has a direct impact on the Ravens and how they deal with Tyler Linderbaum. Maybe it pushes the Ravens to throw him a couple more coins just to get this deal done. But maybe it gives Tyler Linderbaum the incentive to really go and test the open market now that the next best center behind him has been taken off the board. I'm unsure which way this will impact it, but I still believe Tyler Linderbaum won't be back in Baltimore. I just think the open market is going to raise his price number to a point that the Ravens aren't going to want to match it.
Yeah, and once Dahlman retired from Chicago, that kind of messed up the market, if you will, for some of these other guys just a bit. And then let's not forget the Chargers also. Everybody's talking about the Bears losing a center due to retirement. The Chargers lost a center due to retirement. That's why they went out and got Biotish and signed him to a deal as well. Let's keep talking about the Buffalo Bills. DJ Moore gets traded to Buffalo. Trent McDuffie gets traded from Kansas City to the Rams. We'll get back into those moves next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out with you here on BetMGM Game Day. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we will talk a little draft, some more NFL free agency. Destin Adams will join us. We'll talk some Colts with Daniel Jones. Of course, what the future holds for him. Could another team come in and make an offer? Could Kyler Murray be a better option for the Colts than bringing back Daniel Jones? We'll get into that with Destin Adams. You guys can interact with us on YouTube, youtube.com/@BetMGM tonight. Also, you can hit us up on our own individual socials at Alex Gold, at Cordell Woodland as well, right here on BetMGM Game Day. Don't forget, though, right now we're keeping an eye on the World Baseball Classic. The world's top baseball stars are going head-to-head in the WBC. You can join the excitement and make your WBC moment when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any WBC bet, and you receive a bigger payout if your team wins. Have you been locked into this at all? Are you someone that likes the WBC format? We know the U.S. got a win yesterday in a loaded roster, taking care of business, still in pool play right now.
Yeah, I like the WBC. My co-host on the Fresh Take, Ben Hall, he's a big baseball. I'm a big baseball guy too, but he's a big WBC guy, so he's been more excited about it than I've been. I like to catch it when I can. I did watch most of the USA game last night, and if you were all, I think the US were favored by like 9.5 runs, I believe, going into that game or something like that, and it took a while before the offense really got going. But eventually it did. I think Turang had that bases clearing double that really sparked it. But I'm really excited. I mean, the U.S. roster is loaded, could be the best roster they've ever had. Obviously, Japan is sitting there waiting with Otani and those guys. And this tournament should be fun. There are a lot of good players on these teams.
Yeah, WBC, the scene at the Tokyo Dome was absolutely this next level. The atmosphere there is absolutely sensational. So we'll see as eventually, hopefully, U.S. gets out of pool play, and then the games will start to get a little more intriguing as well. But I definitely have enjoyed that. We've had quite the run here, man. You go from Super Bowl right into the Olympics, and then into the WBC, and so quite a few big time events, and then of course the NFL free agency. It's an event in its own right as well, man. It's one of the best weeks of the season as well. Legal tampering period starts on Monday. Trades already happening across the league. We'll get back to Max Crosby a little bit later on in the show, but I want to talk more about what occurred with the Buffalo Bills. DJ Moore, Chicago Bears trading their wide receiver and a 5th-round pick to Buffalo in exchange for a 2nd-round pick. And I feel like you and I are actually kind of in agreement. I wasn't sure if we would be on this trade. To me, for Chicago, it's hard to not be thrilled with what they ultimately got out of this. I understand that maybe they got to go sign a veteran receiver. Maybe they spent a mid-round pick on a wide receiver. But Luther Burden, Rome Odunze, you feel very good with that, and Colston Loveland. And now you freed up the cap space, and you get a 2nd-round pick, perhaps to go draft your linebacker now that you moved on from Tremaine Edmonds. So I think if you're Ryan Poles, you love how this trade came together. You found, to me, somewhat of a desperate Buffalo Bills team that needed to get better in the wide receiver spot, and did. But, when this was first reported, it was a mid-round pick. And then 30 minutes later, we found out it was a 2nd-round pick. I don't want to get into semantics, mid-round or whatever. 2nd round is not a mid-round pick. Second round is an early pick. And I think the Bears did pretty damn well.
Yeah, I agree. Ryan Poles has been beat up a lot since getting that job in Chicago, and rightfully so, to be honest with you. A lot of head-scratching moves from the Bears since he's been there. But look, I go back to last offseason. Last offseason, I thought he knocked it out of the park. He invested in the offensive line. I thought they had a really good draft. Obviously, they hit a home run with their coaching hire, bringing in Ben Johnson, and they're able to make some noise in the postseason this past season. And so this year, this is what trades are for, right? When you have a surplus of talent, when you have expendable pieces. And I think DJ Moore became an expendable piece for the Chicago Bears because they took a couple of swings at receiver in the draft between Romeo Dunze and Luther Burden this past year. And both of those guys have shown that, at least Luther Burden for sure, has shown that he could be better than DJ Moore. And Odunze at times in his rookie year showed the same thing. So I think that they felt like between those two guys and Loveland having a really good rookie season, they still have Colt Kmet there. And it's nothing to go out there and get a cheap receiver, a veteran receiver that probably would fit in pretty good there in Chicago, especially if they could keep that run game going with Monangai and Swift. That 1-2 punch was really good for them this past year. So I think it's a good win for them, and you get really good draft capital in return. I think it makes all the sense in the world for Chicago. And if you're the Bills, look, we've seen teams that feel like they are real Super Bowl contenders. They feel like they're closer to reaching the pinnacle of the top of the mountain than some other teams, and they will punt on some of these draft picks. They will be okay with overpaying. I think this is what's happening with the Bills. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I think from their standpoint, they felt like it was okay to overpay for a DJ Moore if he's going to help elevate their offense and take some of the load off the plate of a Josh Allen, who I think this year he struggled to find that receiver that he could trust outside of Shakir, who's really a yak guy. But other than that, he didn't have a receiver that he felt like he could really spread the field with this season.
I would agree with that. I also think their cap situation caused them to make this trade. You say, what are you talking about? They're taking on a ton of cap. Well, because I don't think they were going to be big players in free agency. I don't think Alec Pierce was going to sign with the Buffalo Bills. He might sign with the New England Patriots, by the way. That's where most people kind of think this is trending at this point in time. Yeah, DJ Moore is a nice weapon for Josh Allen. I just think, Brandon Beane and where they're at, the minute you fire your head coach and your job is now fully on the line, I think it leads you to making some more short-term decisions than long-term decisions. And while you should never waste years of Josh Allen, I do think they might have been better positioned to reset a little bit versus doing this. The window was much wider for them, and it's never closed with Josh Allen, but they're desperately trying to kick the window open because they have not been able to get over the hump in the postseason. And to me, this move, I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense in terms of bigger picture beyond 2026. Like you're putting yourself in a spot in 2027 if DJ Moore and this doesn't work, to where I don't know if you're any better off. So I'm fascinated to see how it plays out. They got better in the wide receiver room, yes, but they must not have liked any of the middle tier receivers, I guess, where they could have used that in the second round, the KC Concepcion or whoever out of Texas A&M, those type of guys that might have been available. So this is also what happens when you miss on the Keon Coleman pick, and you make the comments the way you did. I don't know if they're still going to trade Keon Coleman this offseason or not. We all know the press conference in which Brandon Beane and ownership basically said we didn't want this guy. That was Sean McDermott that wanted this guy, and Keon Coleman couldn't get on the field last year. And so I don't know if I like what they had to give up to make it happen, but Josh Allen definitely got a nice weapon to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, Keon Coleman has basically been a dud since they drafted him, and he's getting suspended multiple times, or he's a healthy scratch multiple times this season. So you're wondering what is his deal, and is he a little immature? Is he not necessarily studying the way that he should? Whatever the case is, he didn't pan out to be the receiver that they thought that he would. And look, that happens, when you're a GM and you're trying to make these draft picks. You're assuming, you're making an educated guess on what these guys are going to be, and sometimes you miss. But I think people look at Keon Coleman and they see the size and they see the catch radius and all of that stuff, and they get enamored with it. But it sets you back. It sets you back when you don't hit on those types of picks at that position. It causes you to be a little more aggressive than maybe you should be, or dare I say desperate, and in some cases to pull some moves off to try to make up for that miss. And I think I think they've been chasing the ghost of Stephon Diggs, although it's only been a year or so, I think, since he left Buffalo. But they didn't get that type of production since Diggs left. They didn't have anybody to kind of fill those shoes. Even Shakir didn't have his typical type of season this past year. So I think that they're just really looking to become more balanced. I think they like the run game that James Cook brought. Obviously, James Cook had a great year, but passing the ball, there were times this season where the Bills struggled offensively to really convert on third downs. You had Josh Allen taking some sacks. And I think even the way that they called their offense at times, especially on some of those passing downs on third down, they got a little conservative because they really probably didn't trust a lot of the guys that they had to execute some of those plays, despite having such a great playmaker in Josh Allen at quarterback.
A little bit of news as we were talking here. Adam Schefter reporting that the Philadelphia Eagles and their nose tackle, Jordan Davis, have agreed on a 3-year, $78 million deal, $65 million of which is guaranteed. He's now the highest paid nose tackle in NFL history. So big time deal done for the Eagles. Just to refresh everybody's memory, Jordan Davis, he will turn 26 before the season or during it? Let's see. He's 26 now. He just turned 26 in January. So he'll be 27 at the end of next year. He's a nose tackle, so keep the sack numbers in perspective. But 4.5 sacks last year. He's got 8 sacks in his NFL career, but a dominant interior guy that keeps that really impressive defensive front with Jalen Carter and company together. I know there was some speculation that Jalen Carter could have been part of a package in a Max Crosby trade. We know that did not happen. Max Crosby traded to Baltimore, but Jordan Davis, nose tackle deal done as we're starting to see more of these guys get contracts here today.
Yeah. Look, Howie is one of the more aggressive GMs in the league. He likes to get ahead of the curve. I think that's a part of what he's doing here, getting this deal done. I mean, I don't even think it got to where they had to activate his 5th-year option. I think that they kind of jumped on this probably before somebody reset the market. I'm trying to think of what interior defensive lineman could possibly do that. I'm struggling to think of who that may be right now, but there is a reason why Howie Roseman probably jumped to get this done right now. But look, this is huge. It keeps their defensive line intact, and the strength of that Eagles defense is their defensive line, without a doubt, with Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter up the middle for them. And Jordan Davis is such a great run stuffer. He's one of the bigger defensive linemen you're going to find, one of the bigger NFL players in general you're going to find. Huge get for them. And to be able to retain him, that's great. I honestly have no problems with this other than the fact that I'm a Commanders fan.
Yeah, the NFC East not going to be thrilled about that. I was thinking of what it also signifies, which is the likely scenario where Jalen Phillips is not back, right? I mean, you mentioned keeping the line together. They traded for Jalen Phillips midseason. I understand he's an edge rusher, not an interior guy, but just in terms of their entire defensive front, Jalen Phillips was a very nice in-season acquisition. And Jalen Phillips, other than Trey Hendrickson, is probably the next best defensive lineman available now in free agency. And some of the projections for Phillips, who's 26, maybe turns 27, but he's got some injury history. He is going to get $90 million probably. So they might be able to keep that defensive front from last year intact, except for Phillips. I don't know if anybody really expects the Eagles to be able to sign Jalen Phillips.
Yeah, probably not. I think the thought process all along was that Phillips will go to the open market, and that's probably for the best if you're the Eagles. He's a heck of a talent. I don't think anybody can question that. When he's healthy and upright, he can play. He can be one of the better pass rushers in the NFL, but he has major injury risk, struggles to consistently be available. So I would imagine that Jalen Phillips is probably going to be the odd man out. They still have Nolan Smith out in Philly, I believe. So they still have one of their young pass rushers still out there as well. And it's the Eagles. They always find ways to acquire talent, whether it's via draft and they're developing these guys, or they're making a trade and getting somebody's better players for little to nothing.
All right, coming up next, let's continue to talk about the NFL. We're going to have a guest joining us here, Destin Adams. We're going to ask him about the draft a little bit, but also what could happen with the Colts. He covers the Colts for A to Z Sports as well as the draft, and we know Daniel Jones had the transition tag placed on him, so he could still be Indianapolis Colts Week 1 starter, but also could the Colts pivot to somebody like Kyler Murray? We'll get into that next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Third drive of at least 15 plays today. They had 5 all of last year. Jones looking for the touchdown. He's got it. Second rushing touchdown today for Daniel Jones.
Call over there on CBS. That was in the good days of the Colts season, I should say, when things were rolling for Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts. We're expected to have Destin Adams join us, Colts beat writer and draft analyst for A to Z Sports, talk a little bit more about Indianapolis and the draft and also just the free agent market, because I don't know where you're at, Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland, hanging out with you here on Westwood One Sports. I know the familiarity is there with Daniel Jones, and so if you're Shane Steichen, you're saying, all right, let's try to bring him back. We put a transition tag on him. Maybe we work out a long-term deal, figure it out. But other teams could certainly look at him. If Kyler Murray is interested in Indianapolis, Kyler Murray is a better quarterback, right? So would you be willing to you already transition tagged Daniel Jones, but my understanding with that rule, until he signs it, you can withdraw that transition tag whenever you want. So to my knowledge, he hasn't signed it yet. Kyler Murray is the better quarterback still, in my opinion. So would I just punt on Daniel Jones if I could get Kyler Murray?
I don't think I would. And I probably like Kyler more than Daniel Jones. I was really high on Kyler Murray coming out of college, and I know a lot of people had the stigma on him from being a small quarterback and all of that stuff, but yeah. I think Kyler can play. Obviously, the injuries have piled up on him a little bit. I don't know how far a team is really going to get with Kyler Murray. And look, it's tough to judge him because Arizona has a lot of their own issues. I think the organization played a huge part into why the Kyler Murray era wasn't successful in Arizona. But I look at Daniel Jones, and Daniel Jones, I have a ton of reservations about him as well. Injuries are a part of that. The turnover bug is a major issue for him, although it looked like he did a good job staying away from the turnovers for most of his starting campaign this season. Towards the back end, the offense started to slow down. You started to see some of the old Daniel Jones creep up a little bit, but I just think Daniel Jones probably fits what they want to do a little better than Kyler Murray does. I think that they like the aspect of Daniel Jones staying on schedule and being able to take what's there at times. He does have the mobility. And look, when their offense was at their best, Jonathan Taylor was looking like the MVP of the season of the league. So it's not lost on me that they need Jonathan Taylor to be that elite running back, no matter who their quarterback is. I just don't think Kyler Murray is a guy that makes me look at the Colts offense better than Daniel Jones does. And I will admit, even with Daniel Jones, I think they're going to be limited, but I'd probably, considering I've already gotten a little bit of a sample of him with this Colts offense, and I saw them have some success, I'm probably more inclined to go that route again rather than going to Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that's the argument for Daniel Jones, is just that I've seen it work. I've seen it work in that system. Now, Alec Pierce may not be part of the equation, though, moving forward. And how does that change what the Colts offense looks like? Yeah, it was Jonathan Taylor. We know Michael Pittman Jr., but Alec Pierce was sensational for that team. So we'll try to connect with Destin Adams from A to Z Sports, who covers the Colts. What about Kyler Murray and what's best for him? Because I still think Minnesota is that spot. It seems so obvious. J.J. McCarthy, I think they're done with. I really do. I think they're done. And Kyler Murray's not going there to be a backup. So if I'm Kevin O'Connell, I got to keep Justin Jefferson happy. I got to keep Jordan Addison happy. Kyler Murray, to me, makes a ton of sense in Minnesota and what is maybe the toughest division in football.
Yeah, Minnesota is the team that I'm looking at for Kyler Murray. They should be the team that should be all over trying to bring him in right now. And again, getting Kyler Murray doesn't guarantee you anything. Kyler hasn't won anything in this league. The Cardinals have gotten off the hot starts with him, and then they fizzled out by the time they get to November, in large part due to injuries piling up at key positions, or even Kyler himself going down. But they have just struggled to sustain success for a whole year out in Arizona. At least with Minnesota, they have a defense that has turned it around. They brought Brian Flores back. I still think that defense is still going to be a problem for a lot of offenses next year, but they have Justin Jefferson there. We'll see about Jordan Addison. He got into some more trouble, about a month ago, so we'll see how that impacts him next year. But this was essentially a lost year for him because he got started so late with the suspension. But when he's out there, he's a true difference maker for them. They have a true 1-2 punch at receiver. Maybe TJ Hawkinson kind of revives himself and is back to being a big part of that offense next year, because that wasn't the case this year. And they're moving on from Aaron Jones, it looks like, as well. So what do they do at the running back position? So I do have some questions about that offense, but what I don't have questions about is Kevin O'Connell being able to get the most out of a guy like Kyler Murray. Kevin O'Connell has been he's one of those quarterback whisperers in the NFL. Hasn't necessarily worked with J.J. McCarthy. I never believed in McCarthy. Credit Jim Harbaugh. He is a heck of a salesman. He can sell it to anybody. He told everybody that would listen that J.J. McCarthy was the best quarterback in the class, and I guess they took the bait. That didn't turn out to be the case. But I would be interested to see what the Vikings look like with Kyler Murray. Again, understanding that it doesn't guarantee that the Vikings are going to be great, but I do think when you look at their list of options available, he's probably close to the top of the list.
All right, let's talk more about the quarterbacks this offseason, and certainly the Colts play a role in that. And I want to talk some draft as well. Destin Adams joins us. He's a member of the Pro Football Writers Association, Colts beat writer, NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports at the Destin Adams with us here on Westwood One Sports. Destin, thanks for coming on. I want to start with Daniel Jones. We were having a discussion about the transition tag, and would there be interest from the Colts in someone like Kyler Murray, or do you think their plan still truly is Daniel Jones, week one starter?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really left a door open for anyone else to be the quarterback next year. I mean, anytime they've talked to media, anytime they've had the ability to appear on a TV spot, they've made it known that they think Daniel Jones is a franchise quarterback and that he's going to be the guy here. So to me, they've made it to where if he finds a way elsewhere, that they've essentially told the rest of the world that they messed up. And if I know anything about the NFL, typically people do not want to tell the world that they messed up.
Well, Dustin, you guys have one of the top free agent wide receivers in Alec Pierce, who looks like he's about to head out and test the open market. He's been the yards per catch king at the wide receiver position the last couple of seasons in the NFL. What type of blow would it be to that offense to lose a guy like him that has done such a great job of being that deep threat and stretching the field?
Yeah, I mean, I think Alec Pierce he's built this kind of reputation of being like a deep threat only receiver. And in 2024, I fully understood it. In 2025, I really feel like we got to see his game really evolve. And he became a better route runner in the short and intermediate realm of things, and still was able to have the same success as being, in my opinion, the best deep threat receiver in the NFL over the last 2 years. I think it'd be a major blow. And I think the biggest one, which I don't think enough people are talking about, to me, the one area of Daniel Jones' game that was the biggest weakness throughout the season last year was his deep ball. Like, his deep ball was not a viable option throwing to anyone on the field other than Alec Pierce. Alec Pierce was able to win those 50-50 balls and make them 70-30 in his direction. And I think if you take Alec Pierce off the field, Daniel Jones is not a viable deep ball thrower for Indianapolis. And I think you take that element out of the offense, that's going to make you one-dimensional really fast. I think the Colts have messed up letting Alec Pierce hit the free agency market. Obviously, they still have technically a little less than 48 hours to get a deal done before he hits legal tampering. But if Monday gets here, he's going to end up being probably the highest paid free agent on the market, and the Colts have no one to blame but themselves for letting it get this far.
So where do they pivot, Destin, at the wide receiver spot? Is this a team that looks at the draft and can draft one in maybe the second round or something like that? They don't have the first round picks. They sent those to the New York Jets in the Sauce Gardner trade.
Yeah, I mean, I think the draft would make the most sense. I mean, I know there's some speedsters out there that technically could still stretch the field for you. Rashid Shaheed from Seattle is a guy that's probably going to get less than Pierce that the Colts could pivot to, and it would make sense. To me, the big part, though, is the fact that Pierce is able to win those 50-50 balls for you, and I like Rashid Shaheed. I think he is a good deep threat. I think he stretches the field really well vertically with his speed, but he's not a guy that's going to go up and get a ball that's underthrown and win those situations that your quarterback puts you in. I don't think Rashid Shaheed is going to fill the hole that Pierce actually fills for Daniel Jones. So I think it would have to be the draft, and I think that's the biggest thing to where the Colts are really messing up if they let Pierce walk. The Colts defense needs a full overhaul. They know it. They plan on making some moves to create cap space, to make moves in free agency to address the defense, but they really would have liked to use these early picks on the defense as well. And if Pierce is gone, I think the second or third rounder, you can really pencil in a receiver is going to be taken on day 2 by Indy.
Well, Dustin, you talked about how they're trying to, rebuild that defense right now, and we've seen the reports of Zaire Franklin being a trade piece of the Colts right now. They're dangling him out to the rest of the league. Do you think something gets done with that? And I've always been a fan of Zaire. I know he's dealt with some injuries at times that have hampered him, but what type of blow would that be to lose him?
Yeah, I mean, the big motto that Chris Ballard's used in terms of what this reshape of the defense is going to look like is they want to get younger and they want to get faster. So I think moving on from Zaire, who still, even though Colts fans have a love-hate relationship with Zaire Franklin, is still a really good run-stopping linebacker. I think there's multiple defensive schemes that would not ask him to drop back in coverage and would limit some of the roles that the Colts were putting on his shoulders and just let him hit the hole and stop the ball. I think that's the role that Zaire would be best in. I think something's going to end up getting done in terms of Zaire and the Colts. I don't think the Colts let it get out that they are looking to trade him unless a move happens. It's also pretty fitting that moving off of Zaire puts the Colts into the green in terms of out of the red of the salary cap, which you have to be ahead of Monday. So whether that's a trade or whether they just flat out release him, that move is the easiest one they can make to get into the green. And then after they make that move, they're going to be able to make some other cap moves to be able to create some space to make some more moves that they need to do.
We're talking to Destin Adams, Colts beat writer, but also NFL draft analyst for ADC Sports. Let's pivot to the draft a little bit. Of course, it'll take place in April in Pittsburgh. Combine was a week or so ago, and you have everybody maybe overreacting to some of the things that occurred out of the Combine. I want to talk about the wide receivers. We're already talking about Alec Pierce, but when you look at the wide receiver market that's out there in free agency, and then you compare it to this draft class, do you think that teams, unless you're going to get the Alex Pierce type, is there more value in looking in the middle of the free agent wide receiver class, like a Romeo Doubs, for example? Or do you think there's some really good value guys that are going to be surprised about the receivers that could go after the Carnell Tates and the Jordan Tysons of the world?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think this receiver class is deep. I mean, I think you're going to be able to find day 1 starters on day 2. Obviously, the day 1 guys, the Carnell Tates, the Jordan Tysons, the Mekhi Lemons, like they're very talented. Omar Cooper as well being in that conversation. But I think on day 2, there's a lot of guys that are still going to be day 1 starters. And I think the big difference to where the free agency market to the draft is the fact that there's going to be a lot of guys with size in this draft that you can target on day 2. You're not going to find that in this free agency market after the Alec Pierces. I think Romeo Doubs is going to be the consolation prize in terms of who doesn't land Alec Pierce that's looking for that big-bodied free agent to play right away. But after that, like, it's going to be really hard to find very solid production in this free agency class if you're looking for a receiver with size. And I think the more and more NFL scouts I talk to, like whether it's this class or just how the receiver position has evolved over time, like you want to draft a receiver every year. you want to take a shot on a receiver because if you hit on an early day 3 guy, you hit on a day 2 guy, it's just so valuable to have a rookie contract receiver producing at a high level for you. So I think we're just going to see more and more receivers drafted, which I think has always been the case with other positions. But I think receiver is really starting to grow its way into the NFL scouting minds. It just has to be one that we draft every year.
Dustin, you talked about the Colts wanting to kind of revamp that defense. Going into the draft, where do you feel like their pecking order of list of needs on that side of the ball rank?
Yeah, so I think there are 3 positions specifically, and they could add elsewhere as well, but I think 3 positions where I would be very shocked if the Colts don't make moves at this offseason. The first is easy as edge rusher. The Colts actually only have 2 edge rushers that played roles last year on the team back under contract, and the only starter being Leatu Latu. So they're going to have to make significant additions to the edge rushing room. It's probably going to be free agency and the draft. And right now, as the team sits, I don't see a world how you don't use a day 2 pick on an edge rusher. So edge rusher is definitely the first one. The second one, we've already talked about Zaire Franklin and the fact that they're looking to move off of him. Linebacker is going to become a major need. Their linebacking unit this past year was one of the worst in the NFL. They tried so many different guys and that they just ended up having to sign a veteran in Jermaine Pratt mid-year because nobody they had on the roster was a viable starter. Jermaine Pratt obviously becomes a free agent, a veteran. They're trying to get younger and faster, like I said earlier from Chris Ballard. So I don't know how you can live by the younger and faster mantra and then bring back a Jermaine Pratt and then cut a Zaire Franklin. So they're going to use a draft pick on a linebacker. We'll see where that is. And the third position is safety. The Colts free agents this year, we talk a lot about Daniel Jones and a lot about Alec Pierce. But Nick Cross was a really good player for the Colts this past year. There's a really good chance he's going to price himself out of the Colts market. And if that does come to fruition, they're going to have to find another starting safety opposite of Cam Bynum. This is a really good safety class in the 2026 NFL draft. So it's set up well for them to find that replacement. But is it going to be day 2 or is it going to be an early day 3 pick? We're going to have to see how the draft shakes out.
Destin Adams at the Destin Adams on X, Colts beat writer, NFL draft analyst for A to Z Sports. Destin, appreciate the time, man.
Thanks, Dustin.
No problem, guys. Thanks for having me.
There you go. Good perspective on the draft and also just where the Colts are at with some of their roster decisions and most importantly, what ultimately Alec Pierce not being back with them perhaps could mean, although as he pointed out, they technically do have 24, 48 hours to still figure out something with somebody like Alec Pierce. Up next, I do want to get back into the trade that happened in the NFL. We talked a little bit about Max Crosby. We talked about DJ Moore. I want to get into the Rams' big acquisition of Trent McDuffie, and we'll do that next.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Back here on BetMGM Game Day, Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out on Westwood One Sports. Coming up in about 15 minutes or so, we will get back into NFL free agency and some of the top names available, and we'll try to predict where some of these guys are going to go and some of the best fits for some teams and areas that teams are going to need to target. We'll do that in just a little bit. One of the trades we didn't get to earlier in the hour was what the Rams pulled off earlier in the week, which was a trade involving all-pro corner Trent McDuffie. They give up pick 29. They also trade a future third-round pick and then a couple mid-round picks in this year's NFL draft to acquire him. They're also going to need to give him a new contract, and that is going to likely make him the highest-paid cornerback in NFL history, so north of $30 million on average each and every year. Let's start with the Rams side of it. I think it makes all the sense in the world considering where they're at with Les Snead's aggressive mentality. They're all in to win. Matthew Stafford probably is last year. I know we thought that would be this year, but I feel pretty confident saying this upcoming year is his last. He's the MVP. You got Puka. You got Devontae Adams. You ran into a Seattle team that was playing so well, and you were still very close to finding a way to win that game. And now you go and get a corner that has fared well against the top-tier corners. He struggles against some bigger-bodied receivers, but he has shut down Trent McDuffie. Trent McDuffie has shut down Jamar Chase before. And I think they're going to ask JSN to obviously go up against Trent McDuffie, and McDuffie has the ability to slow him down. And I think that's the direct move the Rams are making here. It makes all the sense in the world to try to go all in. And I guess it's not just a short-term play. Of course, they're going to give him a long-term contract, but this is one of those moves where Les Snead kind of told us what was going to happen a day before. He had a press conference and said they were willing to give up a first-round pick for an all-pro. Well, that narrowed it down. Said they wanted secondary help. And so everybody in Kansas City started to think that the Rams were a potential trade partner. And sure enough, what was it on Wednesday? In the middle of the day is when this trade came together.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the Rams, they want to try to bolster the weaker side of the ball for them. And right now, that's the defensive side, specifically in the secondary. The Rams defense, at times, they got torched throughout the year. And I think there was no middle ground with the defense. It's either they're getting a turnover or they're giving up a long drive or a touchdown. Either way, it is one or the other. And I think back to, I believe it was a Monday night game on the back end of the season against the Falcons. And they went to Atlanta, ended up losing that game. It ended up being a crazy game, came down to the end. The Rams made a couple of crazy throws down the field. Puka made an amazing catch that turned out to be incomplete, but they couldn't stop anything that night. They could not stop that Falcons offense at all in that game. And look, I get it. Atlanta has some high-power pieces on that side of the ball. I understand they have Drake London out there. I understand that they have one of the best running backs, if not the best running back in all of football, and Bijan Robinson over there as well. But at the same time, that was a Falcons team that really wasn't playing for much. This is a Rams team that should have been peaking at that point of the year. And in fact, that game, I think, is what could have potentially cost them their run to the Super Bowl because, well, it may not have been that game, but I think it was maybe the week before that they had lost. They had went into a dry stretch, but either way, they lost the division. They lost home field advantage. That ended up being the Achilles heel for them because they then had to go to Seattle for the NFC Championship game. I just think that they need to get tougher on that side of the ball. As much as people fear their offense, there has to be at least a fraction of that fear that goes to the defense, and it should. Jared Verse is a really good pass rusher. I think he's still chasing consistency right now. I'd like to see them add another piece to that D-line to help him out. But getting Trent McDuffie, they always say the secondary goes hand in hand with the pass rush. Maybe this will be able to help Jared Verse be a little more consistent. And maybe by default from that, Jared Verse getting more pressure, maybe they'll get more turnovers on the back end now.
This segment sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Get a quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Yeah, the Rams are going to be a lot of people's favorite pick to win the Super Bowl next year. Seattle, of course, odds-wise is right there. They actually did it. But that NFC title game to me was essentially the Super Bowl. Those were the two best teams, and now the Rams got better by acquiring Trent McDuffie. And then, the future picks, I think for a team that's in the spot that they're on, are not as problematic, knowing that they don't have a quarterback in the future right now anyway. When Stafford retires, it could be tough for them to kind of regroup and rebuild. Maybe you think they at some point would have drafted a Ty Simpson. They do have another first-round pick. Let's remember that. They had two. So, they give up pick 29. They still have a pick in the teens there. What is it, 17, I think it is maybe, that the Rams still have. So they have an opportunity if they really wanted to do that. They'd be in a pretty good spot. Now, on the flip side for Kansas City, I also think it made a lot of sense. It's not a popular time to trade an all-pro, or any time is not a popular time to trade an all-pro. But Trent McDuffie needed a contract in the next year or two to make him the highest paid corner in football. They've been up against it against the cap. And, frankly, this is an organization that has a lot of holes right now that they have to fix, and they got to build up and have a bit of a youth movement. And you go and get 4 picks for a corner. I think they did pretty well here in this trade. Now, you got to get the picks right, but you got to position yourself to where by 2027, you're back to maybe being one of the top teams in the AFC. Right now, I think we'll see what they do the rest of the offseason, but they're more of a wild card type of team. Well, I'm going to move on from McDuffie when his value's the highest. They've also been an organization that has proven they can develop corners. Now, not Trent McDuffie. He was a 22nd pick overall, but Jalen Watson's the guy that they've been developing, who now is going to be one of the better free agent corners who maybe they bring back. Remember, they traded away Charvarius Ward, and he was the top corner for the Colts. They traded away L'Jarius Sneed. They got out at the right time. He's got all kinds of knee problems, but he played very well for them. They've been able to show that they can develop at that position, and that's what they're banking on with this trade, is that they can develop another corner and also use these picks to help them on the defensive line, or help them, potentially, if you believe that they need to, with a wide receiver again, given the Rashee Rice situation. So I actually think this was a smart move. It reminded me of when they traded Tyreek Hill. Wasn't popular. They got 2 big-time picks back. And they used, or a big first-round pick back, and they used it on Trent McDuffie. They used it on George Karlaftis. And so they're going to need that kind of offseason again from their general manager, Brett Veach. But this is one of those trades that makes sense for both parties.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, anytime you can get this type of draft capital in return, you got to give it serious thought. And Trent was coming up on about to get paid anyway, so it ends up working itself out. And like you mentioned, the Chiefs have shown that they're not afraid to trade top end talent on either side of the ball. And they did it again here with McDuffie. I'm curious, I'm curious what the Chiefs, how they view their timeline right now. How do they view themselves in the grand scheme of the AFC playoff picture? Obviously Mahomes is working himself back right now. But if he's going to be able to be there, even if it's not week 1, if Mahomes is able to return by September, I would imagine that Kansas City in their minds is thinking at least playoffs. So I just wonder if they are going to completely lean into this youth movement and get this cheap labor with all these draft picks, or if they think that they may be able to flip a pick or two and turn it into another player to fill one of those voids to still try to keep up. Because, if you are really still thinking Super Bowls, you can only have but so much youth on the field. So I'm just curious how they really view the big picture of where they are and how close they are to getting back to the promised land.
Yeah, the rest of the offseason will dictate some of that. I really think they're more of a wild card team heading into 2026, but with some smart moves, they position themselves and they think they can be ready to roll in 2027 as a top team entering the season. All right, coming up next here on Westwood One Sports, let's talk about some of the top free agents. We'll also check on the college basketball scoreboard here on BetMGM Game Day.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Cordell Woodland hanging out here. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll check in with Matt Verderam from Sports Illustrated, national NFL writer. Want to get through everything that's transpired in the last 24, 48 hours with him. We'll talk Max Crosby being traded to the Baltimore Ravens. We'll discuss what happens in free agency on Monday with Kenneth Walker, for example. A lot to get into with Matt Verderam coming up in just a bit. Don't forget, though, there is no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas. This year, college basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Quarter Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. Simply place sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. Just sign into your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Quarter Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. Cordell, we're keeping an eye on college hoops, man, and saw UConn just went down. Number 4 UConn upset on the road at Marquette, unranked Marquette. Obviously not a good Marquette team this year by any means. 12-19 on the year. They lose 66-62. So big blow for UConn at the end there. We'll see how that impacts seeding, if at all, moving forward for them, as we are just over a day away from being a week out of Selection Sunday. Selection Sunday a week from tomorrow. Some other top 25 games that already transpired today. Number 20 Arkansas survived in overtime against Missouri, 88-84. That was an impressive win for Coach Cal and company, considering some injuries they were dealing with there. Also, number 24 Vanderbilt up 10 on number 23 Tennessee at the half. You've got number 6 Iowa State trailing Arizona State at the half, 41-37. Earlier today, it was number 13 Virginia with a 76-72 win against Virginia Tech. But you guys were saying, we were talking to Zach, one of our producers, UConn, are they going to be a team you can trust with Hurley and company? We know they got the track record in the tournament, but do you trust this team? Or is it just a bad day at the office, or was today a warning sign as they go down to a really bad Marquette team here in 2026?
Yeah, it's a bad loss. There's no way around it. It is a bad loss. And this isn't how you want to kind of cap your season going into conference tournament play. Not ideal. And we all know Hurley, he is an emotional guy, to say the least. So I'm sure he's not going to be very happy with today's performance. Overall, I mean, I probably still trust UConn more than not. I just think that today was a bad day at the office. You taking on a Marquette team that's really got nothing to lose. They're going out there trying to just put a good ending to their dreadful season this year, and UConn is right there. Those are always tough games to win. But yeah, I still think UConn, in the grand scheme of things, they'll probably end up being a 2 seed. I wouldn't be surprised if they're one of the 2 seeds. I still think that they're a team that should at least get to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, updated odds, by the way, when it comes to cut down the nets in Indianapolis. UConn heading into the day, and the odds haven't shifted too much yet, but they're 18-1. They have the same odds as Illinois right now to cut down the nets. The favorites, Michigan, Duke, and then you got Arizona, Florida, Houston, Illinois, UConn. That's where the top odds are right now to cut down the nets. Just wanted to give a quick update on some of the scores going on in college basketball. Final day of the regular season in college hoops for most teams before conference tournament moving forward. We'll keep an eye on some of the odds there. Let's transition to some of the free agents in the NFL, though, because we know Breece Hall not going to be a free agent, but Kenneth Walker is. We know that Max Crosby got traded, so Trey Hendrickson once again is the only option, I think, for a couple of these teams at defensive line if they're trying to take the big swing. So ESPN has their list of top free agents. They list Trey Hendrickson as the number 1 free agent. They list Tyler Linderbaum right there with Baltimore as the second best center. Then Jalen Phillips, Alec Pierce, Rasheed Walker, the tackle, as the top 5 guys there for top available free agents. Again, I said it earlier, when the Dallas Cowboys did not get the trade done with Max Crosby and the Raiders, and I actually think it might not be the worst thing in the world for them not having to give up 2 first-round picks, considering what they just did last year in the Micah Parsons trade. To me, Trey Hendrickson has to be the number one target for Schottenheimer, for Jerry Jones, and the Dallas Cowboys beginning Monday when the legal tampering period opens up. But it's going to cost you. And as you pointed out earlier, there's a little bit of concern based off his age. But I think the Cowboys, their only real option there is to go and try to bring in Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I think Trey Hendrickson is going to be a guy that is highly sought after by a variety of teams. Pass rusher has become one of those elite positions, and we're starting to see pass rushers like Danielle Hunter get quarterback type money for a year. So, yeah, I think teams are definitely Trey Hendrickson. I guess I'm just curious to see what type of market he gets. I think he's going to get a real market. I just want to see what the bidding war looks like. How high is that number going to get? How far are teams willing to go to sign him, despite him having some injury concerns over the last couple of seasons and him missing quite a bit of time on the field? And then who's next? Like, where do you go if you don't get a Trey Hendrickson? If you're the Cowboys, do you kick the tires on a Khalil Mack, who's 35 years old? He's been in the league a while. He had a pretty good season this past year with the Chargers as well. So maybe he's kind of the next guy in line, maybe a Hassan Reddick. But I do think there is going to be a real drop-off from Trey Hendrickson to the next best thing at the edge rushing position. Will the Cowboys go pay top dollar for Trey Hendrickson? We'll see. I think he will be able to bring production no matter where he goes. I do trust that. I guess I'm just curious, I guess I'm just curious to see if he's able to do it at the elite rate that he's done it at the last couple of seasons in Cincinnati.
It's fair, the amount of games played recently. I guess I put a lot of, or at least a good chunk of where Trey Hendrickson has been the last 12 months or so. Some of it I blame Cincinnati. I mean, this has been a mess with how they've handled some of the contract stuff. We know that defense in general has had a couple of different defensive coordinators. Lou Anarumo, they ran out of town, and what did he do? He put together a great defense in Indianapolis as soon as he left. They bring in Al Golden. Didn't work out. Some of it is personnel, no doubt, but I just think overall, when Trey Hendrickson is the only guy, truly been the only guy on that defensive side of the ball, I don't know what people are expecting. I just think, imagine if he goes to Dallas, who had a terrible defense. I understand that, but he's automatically on a much better defensive roster than what he's been dealing with for a while in Cincinnati. So I think it's a good fit for everybody involved. And the question is, do we believe Jerry Jones and the reports out here that, the Cowboys are going to have a different type of offseason? They got Dak to restructure his contract, and feels like they're going to go spend money. But then the same ESPN article, it says they expect the Cowboys to be one of the quieter teams. So I'm not buying that. I think the Cowboys are going to make a splash. Jerry Jones, we know more than ever, is desperate to win a championship. He's not getting any younger. He's talked about it openly. I think they go make the big splash. He loves the headlines. Trey Hendrickson's a headline, and much more of a headline than bringing in some of these other names. And so I think he ends up in Dallas.
Yeah, and look, that could very well be the case, and I think they'll have some competition in their own division for Trey Hendrickson. Could Washington be a team that goes out to Hendrickson? They have a huge need at the edge rushing department, and they've got plenty of cap space to do it too. So I'm curious if that's a driving factor for either Dallas or Washington in terms of not wanting him to go to the other team, if that means that they have to put up a couple extra million just to keep him from going to the rival in the division. But yeah, with Dallas, I'm still skeptical that they really are going to go out here and spend that real money. I think they're going to try. I do think they're going to go out here and try to pick up some of these guys, but they also have to, pay attention to some of their own. We saw them put the second round tender on Brandon Aubrey. I'm sure they're still trying to reach a long-term extension with him. How about George Pickens, who they put the franchise tag on? He's not happy about that. He wants a long-term deal. We'll see if they're able to do it, but they have some big chess pieces on their own roster that I think that they're also trying to work on retaining at the same time.
The other name in the top five kind of available free agents, Alec Pierce. We talked about him with our guest from Indianapolis last hour on the show. Alec Pierce feels like New England is got to be the number one destination right now to land his services. They got the cap space. I think maybe in the past you would have considered, Buffalo, right? That to me isn't going to happen with the DJ Moore trade and their cap situation. So Alec Pierce, I think New England is a likely destination unless you tell me that an AJ Brown trade happens. I know there's some Patriots fans that think they should do both. They lost Diggs, they moved on from him, but go get Pierce and go get AJ Brown in a trade. I think Alec Pierce in New England makes a ton of sense. Rookie quarterback contract. To me, that would be a move that would, give them a deep threat down the field for Drake May, and then maybe they use a draft pick on somebody. If I had a preference, if I am New England, would I rather pay Alec Pierce that kind of money or give up draft assets for AJ Brown? I would have said AJ Brown, but I'm sure you've seen these reports out there, Cordell. The asking price for AJ Brown right now seems extremely high, and I think I'm probably more likely to go just sign Alec Pierce.
Yeah, I think Pierce is probably the better option. AJ Brown, I think, just comes with a lot of concerns that most of them aren't even dealing with football, right? I think it's just about him being a good teammate, him being a good locker room guy, him being a guy that's not going to have your team in the headlines for something other than winning football games. And look, most of these wide receivers are prima donnas. It comes with a position. You accept it now, especially considering a lot of these guys are good enough to where it's like, all right, I can deal with a little bit of ego. Everybody wants the football. But I think for me, it's the fact of, he kind of debunked the whole winning cures all. Because the Eagles go win a Super Bowl and they come right back the next year and they're one of the best teams in the league again. And they're winning games, and yet he is every post game complaining about his usage. He's going on streams and complaining about it. It's just not a good look, especially for a team that was as good as Philly and had won as much as Philly had won here recently. So, a change of scenery can always be good, but I just think AJ Brown is too much of a me guy, and that's always a red flag for me when you talk about combining that type of receiver with a young quarterback. In this case, Drake May. We saw Stephon Diggs get into it quite a bit with Josh Allen on the back end of his time in Buffalo, and I think that led to Stephon's dismissal from Buffalo. You just don't want that lingering in your quarterback's mind. You want them to be able to play loose and free when you got a wide receiver getting on them after every drive because they didn't get the ball as much as they wanted to. It can cause a lot of friction. So I would be careful if I'm any team about giving up premier value for AJ Brown. I don't know if AJ Brown guarantees you anything if he joins your team. If he joined the Patriots today, are we sitting here saying that the Patriots are the favorite in the AFC, even though they just went to the Super Bowl? I don't think I would personally. I think it would help their team, but I don't look at AJ Brown as like, oh, he's a guy that if you get him, you're automatically a contender. I don't think that's the case.
The only thing I would say with the issues, the baggage, if you will, that AJ Brown brings, and I agree with you, there's quite a bit there. Mike Vrabel, he's familiar with him. Mike Vrabel did not want him traded from Tennessee. Is he a coach that can kind of keep him in check and he's got the rapport and he's comfortable? And in that offense, if the weapon is AJ Brown and they don't have somebody else, there's no issue with getting the football. Josh McDaniels is going to throw the ball. It's going to be a better scheme than what Nick Sirianni and company were trying to run last year, whatever that was. Jalen Hurts has played great in Super Bowls, but is Drake May actually a quarterback that can get you the football more in a more consistent level? I don't know, right? These are questions that AJ Brown and everybody involved has to consider. I don't believe AJ Brown's playing week 1 for the Eagles, though. Like, I know there's now people are thinking, oh, maybe they'll just hold on to him. I think there has been too much that has happened there for you to just run that back, I should say, if I'm the Eagles. I got to move on from him, but maybe people differ on where he can land. I think a dark horse team to watch for AJ Brown in a trade is the Chargers. They got a lot of cap space. Lad McConkey fell off after his rookie year. Keenan Allen was a nice 1-year stopgap. They brought him back a year ago. Probably time to move on from that. Their offensive line should be healthier, hopefully, if you're a Chargers fan. Go get Justin Herbert. He's got go get Justin Herbert, a wide receiver. He's got Mike McDaniel coming in to be the OC. Like I think A.J. Brown there could be fascinating to watch too.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, and Quentin Johnston, I think they've been waiting for him to be a thing, and he flashed at
Yeah.
times this year. The start of the year was great, but then it fizzled out as time went on. Just the drops are just still an issue for him. But I think AJ Brown. I do agree. I don't think he'll be in Philly week 1. I just think Philly is a place like a part of their culture when it was working, where they were jerks. I mean, it's a team of jerks, and that's how they deal with each other. They're upfront, they're honest, and they wear their emotions on their sleeve, and they're not afraid to tell you what's on their minds. That's their relationships with each other. I think they take pride in dealing with each other like that. But the problem is, I think it can get old after a while. I think Sirianni, he feeds into that. We saw the playoff game where he's yelling at A.J. Brown to get off the field, and we saw A.J. Brown's reaction to that. I think that's how they deal with each other, but similar to, if we go take it to basketball, Jimmy Butler in Miami. We remember him blowing up with Eric Spoelstra on the sideline in that game, and it started to signal kind of the beginning of the end. At one point, that was a good thing. They like dealing with each other like that. Eventually, it gets old, and I think that's what's happening in Philly right now.
All right, coming up next, let's keep talking about some of these names. Mike Evans is a free agent. A.J. Brown, of course, who we just discussed as a trade market. I want to go through some other options with Matt Verderam, NFL writer for Sports Illustrated, plus his reaction to Max Crosby getting traded to the Baltimore Ravens. That's coming up next here on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Here's a blitz. Cowboys pick it up. Prescott is protected. Now Crosby gets in, and the ball is out. Raiders on top.
Max Crosby, big time play there. You heard Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call for ESPN. We're expected to be joined by Matt Verderam, Sports Illustrated, in just a minute or so to talk more about that trade that sends Max Crosby to the Baltimore Ravens and some other rumors that are out there. So hopefully Matt will connect with us in just a bit. You know, Max Crosby has been one of the best defensive players in football for a while, and the Ravens made the big swing, and the biggest swing of any team so far here in the offseason. And it's a move that, to me, fits with their defensive-minded head coach, and they go and get a guy that immediately can be a game wrecker, and he joins a division, I should say, that already has Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. And so good luck if you're any of these quarterbacks. If you're Lamar Jackson, you already have dealt with Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. If you're Aaron Rodgers, who likely is going to come back, have fun dealing with that as well. It was a big-time blockbuster trade last night that sent 2 first-round picks back to the Las Vegas Raiders. As we're talking right now, though, I will say another trade you just pointed out in our chat just happened. Zaire Franklin, huh? He's going to the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, Zaire Franklin to the Packers. Haven't seen anything in terms of what the Packers are sending back just yet, but we were just talking Colts, in the last hour, and they made it clear to the league that Zaire Franklin was available. I've always liked Zaire, but I get it. The linebackers, they have kind of a short shelf life, it feels like these days, and he's dealt with some injuries, and I think the Packers are trying to beef up that defense as best as they can, in hopes that Michael Parsons will be able to get back and help them out and actually be able to lift that defense back to the point to where they are elite the way that they looked in the first month of the season last year. So we'll see how it unfolds, but we talked a little bit about the coach trying to make some changes, and it looks like they're already underway.
Yeah, so that's another trade, as you point out, Adam Schefter just sitting that. We do have the compensation overall, just Colts receiving Colby Wooden, as you mentioned. Packers receive Zaire Franklin, former 7th-round pick. And those are some of the details that are out there. Look, I think in the NFL, now that we get closer to the legal tampering window, I'm still convinced we're getting another bigger trade. Zaire Franklin's a name, but I'm talking about an A.J. Brown type of trade or something big like that. I think we're still getting one of those before we get to Monday, before we get to the true legal tampering period of the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We're in that time period to where things could start happening. Teams are starting to try to get cap compliant. We're going to start to see some guys who are cap casualties getting cut and having their contracts restructured, and you're going to see some big names traded here. We've already seen a lot of big names dangled out there and put on the trade block. You mentioned a couple of them already. So I am curious to see. We've already seen the Ravens kind of break Tennessee, change their spots, and pay that expensive tab to go get a premier player at a premier position. That's a huge change for them. I'm curious to see what other teams want to change their stripes, and maybe we see some teams overpay for some of these guys. I mean, it's just that time of year where you've got people in these high-ranking positions whose jobs are on the line. A lot of GMs are working for their jobs, coaches coaching for their jobs right now, and I think you've got some impatient owners around the league, so you will start to see some of these teams make some desperate moves.
Yeah, some of the odds offshore for A.J. Brown had the Patriots obviously as one of the top landing spots, and some of these other trades that can happen. I wonder if the Max Crosby move other than the free agent discussion that we had already about Trey Hendrickson and the Dallas Cowboys, I wonder if that particular trade causes a trickle down effect with anybody else that decides to go and make something happen. I know we were joking about the Ricky Scoops Twitter account earlier in the show, which, by the way, that account got shut down again.
Yeah.
As NFL GMs and owners hate the account, apparently. Right before it was shut down, the report was from him that the Eagles had told teams that they are willing to trade Jalen Carter. Remember, Jordan Davis just got an extension earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
So makes sense, right? It could potentially make sense. And these teams don't want it getting floated out there that they're shopping a player. But I mean, I would say that Ricky Scoop's Twitter account's been pretty spot on with most stuff.
Yeah, they have been. It's probably why they're not around again. It seems like this is about the fourth or fifth time that account has been shut down, but they'll be back stronger than ever, I'm sure. But yeah, look, I got to admit, I'm surprised that the Eagles would be dangling Jalen Carter out there. I mean, we're talking about a guy that could be the best defensive lineman in all of football. The Eagles defense is night and day different when Jalen Carter is there compared to when he's not. And so I'm actually surprised. And this is a team that has not been shy about taking on big personalities, guys, emotional players. Now, obviously, Carter has gotten himself into some trouble in these games. We all remember him spitting on Dak Prescott, after the first play of the NFL of the 2025 season. So this is a little bit of a surprise to me in the sense of they have grown tired of him. That's the only thing I would imagine. They're not trading him because he's a bad football player. I could only imagine that this being done because they're probably tired of dealing with him and some of his antics. Whoever does get him, man, when this dude is on the field and healthy, and look, I think he had surgery. He had procedures done on both of his shoulders on the back end of the season. I was wondering if maybe that played a part. But whatever the case is, if you could get a motivated Jalen Carter who has his head on right, and is also healthy, man, that immediately elevates whatever defense he goes to.
Yeah, no, he's that kind of player. He's that special of a player, and I'll be fascinated to see if they're obviously not trading in division, but I'm trying to think of some trade targets potentially for Jalen Carter. What teams would you put high on the list to go trade for his services? I don't know what it's going to take draft pick compensation wise, but honestly, like it sounds, there's a team, like Kansas City that could use defensive line help, but I don't know if this trade makes much sense for them to make at this point in time. Our guest that's about to join us might have a little bit of insight on that. Matt Verderam from Sports Illustrated. He's an NFL staff writer, host of the Matt Verderam Show. Matt, we were just talking about, at least there's some rumors out there about Jalen Carter and how perhaps he could be getting shopped around right now. Do you believe that is a viable path that we could see him getting moved? And the other part would be, who's a trade partner?
Well, look, I mean, a lot of teams would be interested, right? I mean, Jalen Carter's a really, really good player. And yes, coming out of the draft, there were some concerns, character concerns, off-field concerns, stuff like that. But he's still a great player. He's 25 years old. He's on a really cheap deal this year. It's the last year of his rookie deal. I think a lot of teams would be interested. Now, the question becomes, you've not only got to trade for him, you got to pay him. So it's not just as simple as, hey, let's acquire this guy and then we're good. Like, okay, yeah, you got to acquire him, but now you're probably paying him $100 million. So we just saw Jordan Davis get paid a fortune by the Eagles to be their nose tackle. It's very, very hard to invest in two guys like that on the interior, and you've got a guy like Nolan Smith on the outside. So look, I think I think the Eagles would be interested in potentially moving him, but you're probably talking about they're going to want a very premium pick, and so you're going to have to give up a very high pick and pay $100 million over 4 years, something like that, close to it. It's a lot of money. It's a big price to pay for any team that wants to acquire him.
Well, Matt, let's stay in Philly. Another guy that we do know for sure, it seems like at least, that the Eagles have been trying to trade here recently is A.J. Brown. And so many storylines about A.J. Brown and the Eagles this past season. It just felt like he hasn't been happy there all year, despite winning a Super Bowl the year before. What do you think his market looks like, and who's the favorite to land him?
So there was a report out there, I forget by who, forgive me, but that the Patriots had offered them a first and a third, and that the Eagles had declined. Now, if that's accurate, I don't know why you'd decline that if you're Philly. That feels like a pretty good amount. Now, that being said, we just watched DJ Moore get traded for a second-round pick. DJ Moore had about 650 yards last year. He's 29 years old. He's not quite the player A.J. Brown is. So if I'm Philadelphia, I want a first. But to me, I would think about a first and a fourth somewhere in there would be the market for him. So if that report's true, apparently they want more. I don't think they're going to get more than that. Look, the problem with Brown is while he's great, he, unlike Jalen Carter, is not cheap. He is not somebody who's coming in on a deal that you'd say, okay, we can get him on a rookie deal or a really cheap, underpaid contract, something like that. That's not going to happen. So, Brown is signed to 2029. His cap hits are all in the mid-20s for the most part. The last one, nobody will ever see anyway, is 29.3. I think if you're Philadelphia, if you want to move off of him, yeah, I think a first is reasonable. You might be able to get a mid-round pick along with it. As far as teams that are interested, the Patriots make all the sense in the world. I would think a team with a young quarterback where you're trying, dependent upon what they think of their younger receivers. What about a team like Houston, who has Nico Collins, but Tank Dell's got that horrific knee injury, and then you have these younger guys. I think at this point, Jacksonville's probably set. I don't think they'd go there. They have a lot of expenses anyway. But I would think about a team that you're looking at that has some cap flexibility, that needs an outside guy. He's a great player. The market's going to be there, but it's a big cost. It's not just the picks; it's also the financial side of it.
We're talking to Matt Verderam here of Sports Illustrated. All right, Max Crosby traded last night from the Raiders to the Ravens for a pair of first-round picks. We were saying, the Raiders clearly are a couple of years away. I actually think this makes a ton of sense for them. What about for Baltimore to give up these kind of assets? Do they automatically become the team to beat in the AFC as of right this second?
No, because in the playoffs, they turn into a pumpkin every year. So, I think the Ravens are really talented, but at some point, you've got to do it. At some point, you got to go out there and win games. Now, he's a terrific player. I wrote about this for SI last night. I think it's a win-win for both teams. If you're the Ravens, you're getting one of the premier pass rushers in the NFL in a conference where, let's face it, most years you've got to go through Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Well, you better be able to get to him. If you can't get to him, you're probably not going to win. And the Ravens needed help on the edge. Matabike got hurt last year inside, missed the whole year. Don't know what his future is with the neck injury. Kyle Van Noy, he's gotten older. He's probably gone. Odafe Owe was traded last year, so they needed a lot of help on that edge. I like to trade for them, but it's a roll of the dice. Look, Crosby's in his late 20s. He was beat up a little bit last year, but I'm willing to take that risk if I'm Baltimore because with Lamar, you're trying to win now. I don't know that Lamar is going to age. He's going to be great at age 40, right? His game is predicated. He can win a lot more in the pocket than he once could. But he's also athletic. Part of his game is just his legs and the duality of his talents. So I think the Ravens, I get why they make the move. They're certainly one of the top contenders. And for the Raiders, look, you're going nowhere. You need to rebuild this thing. You now have 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years. You're going to take Mendoza number 1 overall. It gives you a base to work from. But listen, the Raiders have done this before, and they've come up snake eyes. They did this with Khalil Mack 5 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever it was. And they drafted Jonathan Abram and Cleveland Farrell and on and on and on, Damon Arnett. It only works if you nail the picks.
Yeah, absolutely right about that. I did want to go back to the NFC real quick, and we see these quarterbacks that are hitting the market. Kyler Murray gets let go by Arizona. A lot of flirtation, it seems like, with the Vikings. A lot of people are assuming that he'll end up there. What do you make for the next chapter of Kyler Murray's career? Do you feel like he is still a guy that teams can make their starting quarterback and try to win with?
Yeah, I think he's interesting. Look, Kyler is one of these guys that I think a lot of his story has been about what he hasn't been rather than what he has been. He's a guy who he's put up some numbers. He's put up some highlight reel plays, but the Cardinals haven't won when he's been there. Now, how much of that's on him? How much of that is the fact that quite frankly, he's been on a couple teams where, Cliff Kingsbury's been the head coach and Jonathan Gannon's been the head coach, and they've kind of cycled through a bunch of players, and they've never really had a great roster around him. Minnesota, if he goes there, is very interesting because Kevin O'Connell is a very good coach, and that team has real weapons on it. I mean, you can throw if you can't throw to Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson, it's on you. I think he makes a lot of sense. And if I'm him, where do I want to go? Would I rather go there or the Jets? Well, I'd rather go to the Vikings. I have a shot to win at the Vikings. The Jets right now are basically a way station. Let's just be honest about it. So if I'm Kyler Murray, I'm jazzed to go to Minnesota and play for a quarterback coach, a team with talent. But, listen, he's got a lot to prove. I think, the longstanding feeling on Murray is he's high on talent and short on results. Well, we've seen guys get out of their initial situation and then have success. One of them just won the Super Bowl. So I think you buy on Murray, but it's situation dependent. He goes to the Jets, I'm out on it. He goes to Minnesota, I'm more interested.
Kenneth Walker, top available running back on the free agent market. Feels like everything is coming together perfectly for him with the postseason run, Super Bowl MVP. Breece Hall gets tagged. We know there's a lot of noise out there around the Broncos and Chiefs. Do you think he ends up getting north of $15 million a year?
I think he's right around it, Alex. I think he's in that ballpark, 14 to 15. I think ETN probably comes in around 10 to 12, somewhere in that range. Like Walker is a really, really good player, and he's going to get that bump because of what he did in the Super Bowl. Everybody in the world watched that game, and he was rightfully so the MVP of it. I think he gets that kind of pay, whether it's a Kansas City or a Denver or the Giants or one of these other teams that's interested. We'll see. Look, there are teams that are out there that are desperate. I mean, you mentioned Kansas City. I mean, let's be real. You're in the KC market. I've covered that team for a long time. Like if there's a team that might overpay for them, it might be them. I was sitting there doing some research this morning for a story I'm probably going to write next week. Mahomes has played in 21 playoff games. He's had a 100-yard rusher twice. He's led the team 5 times in rushing. I mean, they can't run the ball. They've never run the ball at the guy, ever. So, Walker, I think, absolutely is the number one back. I think he's going to command the premium. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets something like 4-60. I think that's totally in the ballpark. Maybe it's 3 years instead, with the back year basically being a team option. But, yeah, look, running backs, their value is making a comeback. We saw Barkley and Henry a couple of years ago sign for, wide receiver 3 money, Darnell Mooney money, Gabe Davis money. And really the value is still there. I mean, even if he gets $15 million, what is Rashid Shaheed going to get? Right. And I like Rashid Shaheed, but who's a more valuable player? Probably Kenneth Walker. So I think teams now are looking at running backs as an undervalued spot rather than an overvalued spot. Like maybe they felt that was, a decade ago.
Matt Verderame of Sports Illustrated. Appreciate it, man. Great insight. Have a great weekend. I know Monday is going to be very busy for you.
Hey, thanks a lot, Matt. Take care.
There you go. Matt Verderame, NFL staff writer for SI, now host of the Matt Verderame Show. Cordell and I will react a little bit to what he had to say there. We'll wrap things up here on BetMGM Game Day.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports. weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
There's no better place to be during March matchups than Vegas this year. College basketball fans can win a VIP trip to the Court of Legends event featuring the Cavender twins. Simply play sports bets, and your position on the leaderboard will determine if you win one of the 25 grand prize packages. Just sign in to your BetMGM account, opt into the promotion, then start placing sports bets of at least $10 to climb the leaderboard. Make this March one to remember. Join the Court of Legends leaderboard and make it legendary. A couple more minutes left here on BetMGM Game Day. Alex Gold, Cordell, joining us here on the show. Woodland on the show. Look, Matt Verderam mentioned a couple of the scenarios and the dollar amounts that are out there, and how dominant of a pass rusher Max Crosby is, and why it made sense for both sides. And then you pointed out a tweet from Jake Glazer earlier, where there's teams that are happy, of course, that a player like Max Crosby is not remaining in their division. Jake Glazer sent out a tweet saying Sean Payton, head coach of the Denver Broncos, called him, fired up the Raiders traded Max Crosby, even just texted Max saying he's offering to pay a private plane one-way flight to Baltimore. Happy to see him out of the division. Funny, but also added, you're an inspiration to watch and compete against. Sean Payton also always finds a way to make it about himself somehow. Go figure. But that is pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm sure if you're the AFC West, you're happy to see Max Crosby leave, because really, who else on the Raiders scared you these days? So to get Max out of there, you really don't have a lot to worry about with the Raiders right now. And if you're a quarterback in the AFC West, I'm sure you absolutely love it. But there is a flip side. If you're in the AFC North, you don't love it. And I seen a tweet that had some audio from one Jamar Chase, it looked like, who was kind of responding to the Max Crosby trade. And let's just say Jamar Chase wasn't thrilled about the idea of Max Crosby joining the AFC North and getting after his quarterback. So, look, it's a hard-nosed division. These games in the AFC North aren't easy, no matter what it is, no matter who they're playing. I know everybody looks at the Browns as the Browns. Don't get me wrong, they are the Browns. But the Browns give the Ravens a fight every time they play them. It's nothing like a division opponent. So it is going to be fun watching these matchups now, because everybody in the division, for the most part, actually did have somewhat of a defense. Everybody besides the Bengals, that is. And so for the Ravens to be able to really invest in their defense again this offseason, they want to get back to the things that made them successful in the past. It'll be good to see the defense back in Baltimore.
That division, yeah, you brought up opponents like Jamar Chase that aren't thrilled to have a Max Crosby in the division. And then you look at the divisional odds. Baltimore is the favorite right now over at BetMGM to win the AFC North. Cincinnati's sitting there with the second best odds. Then you got Pittsburgh and then Cleveland, as you were laying out. I mean, I think, it's intriguing. We got to see how the rest of the picture starts to come together. But one, Baltimore should be the favorites. Cincinnati at plus 210. I understand the skepticism. It's a team that hasn't been in the playoffs in 3 years, and the defense has to be better, and they're not going to have Trey Hendrickson. So, okay, how do they make that work? But we do see when Burrow, Chase, and Higgins are all in the field together, they can beat anybody. My thing right now, I don't really make bets for division winners this far out. I like to see, a little bit more of the picture. But I look at Cincinnati at plus 210, and I don't think it's the worst bet in the world. Like, my question with Baltimore, it's, yes, the defense, they just solved a big chunk of the pie. But Lamar Jackson, I think it was injury related, but he was not the same quarterback last year. And Derrick Henry at times was not the same running back. So they bring in a new head coach as well, Jesse Minter. I think it's a great hire, but it's still a brand new first-time head coach. I think there's a lot of questions still there for a team that's sitting at minus 145 to win the AFC North, a division that we all know is ultra competitive. And as you said, even Cleveland finds a way to beat some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be questions. And like you say, we're still so early. We haven't even officially hit the off season yet. So these teams are going to look different, and we'll see who's able to turn some of their weaknesses into strengths over the course of the off season. But yeah, I I do believe I'm still a believer in Lamar Jackson. I don't believe that Lamar just all of a sudden forgot how to be a one percenter in this league. I think that the proof is in the pudding with him. Lamar has been a winner throughout his career. When he's healthy, the Ravens are a legit contender, and when he's not, it can be a problem for them. And I think even this year, even despite the injuries, I think he could have been better had the offensive line been a fraction better. But when you've got two guards starting that really aren't even starter quality guards, and that's being kind, your offensive line is going to deteriorate over time. But my issue, I guess, with the Bengals, and it's tough, and you're right, when all three of those main guys are on the field together, they are a tough team to beat. The defense is going to continue to hold them back until they seriously start investing into that side of the ball.
Yeah.
But also, Joe Burrow has had injury issues throughout his career. I mean, he's a guy that's sneaky injury prone. He has major injuries. So I just wonder how much can you really depend on him to stay upright for a whole season? That's a big question mark for the Bengals, because if Burrow's not there, they're not going anywhere despite those two receivers. And we just saw that this year.
Absolutely. No, I don't disagree with the concern. And then you got Pittsburgh. Under Mike Tomlin, they're always in the mix. Okay, well, now it's Mike McCarthy, veteran head coach. I think them bringing him back in was such just a safe hire. I don't think there's a huge ceiling there. The floor might be also pretty high. Aaron Rodgers was, on a show this week, Pat McAfee show, talking about his future. Doesn't seem like he's in any rush, but I think we all just assume he's going to be back there. So, yeah, they're not going to be a 6-win team, but I think they're once again in that 9 to 10, best case scenario 11-win range. So yeah, they can beat anybody, but we also don't know what a Mike McCarthy Pittsburgh team is going to look like.
Yeah, Pittsburgh is still probably in that middle ground, which is the worst place to be. You either want to be at the top or at the bottom. You don't want to be in the middle. And I think that's why Pittsburgh has stayed in the spot that they've been in for so long, because under Mike Tomlin, they were never going to be one of the worst teams in the league, despite not having a ton of talent on that roster.
So those are the odds for the AFC North. We're going to see next week when we come back on Saturday how much any of this shifts based off of, there's going to be some surprises, big-time signings, another trade or two could happen. As Monday, the legal tampering window opens up. It's so weird. Why we have these legal tampering windows. Monday is basically when free agent begins, man. That's when free agency begins, and we'll see. And my guess is we get another move before we even get there. Cordell, thanks for filling in, man. Great timing as well with the Max Crosby trade. Had that worked out. Austin also, I think, is out next week, but I think we'll have someone joining us that I used to host with a little bit as well from the D.C. area. We'll be talking some Commanders. We'll be talking March Madness and everything going on as well. Hope you guys have a good rest of the day right here on Westwood One Sports.